Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the meeting of the Tennessee Advisory Commission on Intergovernmental Relations. We're glad to see you here, and to my colleague and friend, Jeff Yarbrough, we are really glad to see you here because we like you, but also now we have a quorum. So. And with that, I'll call your attention to tab 1, the minutes of the May 2024 meeting. If you need a moment to look over those, we'll do that now. So we'll take a moment, and then we will move to the next item. Give me a minute. Are there any questions? There being none, if there's no objection, the minutes will stand as received and approved. There being none, the minutes are approved. I'll defer now to Dr. Lippard, who will give us a commission and staff update. But before he does that, he will give us a short lesson on technology. We have a new amplification system here that requires some minimal explanation, but he's far more technically literate than I am. So in other words, he drew the short straw.
So it's actually a fairly easy system now. I think easier than the old green button, red button one we had before. There's probably a twist I'm not catching, but there's a push to talk button. When you're ready to talk, push that. The important thing is when you're done speaking, please turn it off. Otherwise, no one else will be able to turn theirs on, and the chair will have to mute you, and then we'll get really. Yes, please turn it off when you're done speaking. All right, so moving on to tab 2, we have a couple of items. First of all, I would like the members in the audience, please, to join me in thanking Representative Patsy Hazelwood and Senator John Lundberg for their service to the commission. Both their terms are ending in November, and they have both been champions of the commission and valuable members, and we're greatly going to miss their service on the commission. We will be hearing an update on a report that was requested by Senator Lundberg today that has turned, I think it's an example of the kind of work the commission can do where we think we've actually probably, working with stakeholders, reached resolution on a number of the issues before we even published the report. So again, thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you. If I may echo the director's comments, it's certainly a pleasure to work with John and Patsy. We hate to see you leave this body, but thank you for your service and your friendship and the fact that you care about Tennessee and that you deal responsibly, try to fix the problems that we have. We're certainly going to miss you, and if I may, those of us in the General Assembly will miss you there. But you can take you take your leave knowing that job well done. Thank you. Senator?
I'd like to echo from across the aisle the sentiments and say how much we're going to miss you and how thankful we are for your service. It was such a pleasure to work with you, and hopefully you come back and give us some advice from time to time, because I know you know how things work around here, and I'm so sorry things turned out the way they did, because we really will miss you.
All right.
Moving on to another technology issue, the much-promised tablets that are going to replace the docket books. They are on order, and we will eventually have tablets. I just can't confirm that we'll have them by the next meeting, but we will keep you updated once we get an update from the contracting office on the status of those. So we are eventually moving to the tablets to replace the docket books. And of course, as a reminder, those who still wish to have a printed docket book, just let us know, and we will continue to do that. Next, we do have a staff update, and if our policy director, Dr. Matt Owen, could stand, please. Matt is celebrating 10 years of service to the state of Tennessee, and we appreciated it in the office because his wife, Amy, brought us a cake. And we thank you, Matt, for your service. Congratulations. And Mr. Chairman, that concludes the commission and staff updates.
Then I would direct the members' attention to tab 3, Wastewater Systems, Operations and Finances Report. This is the final report and will require a vote to approve, which we'll conduct after the presentation by Ms. Moffitt, and any questions that you may want to ask her at the conclusion of her presentation. I'll recognize you, Ms. Moffitt, who is our research associate.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Commission members. As mentioned, I'm presenting the Wastewater Systems Operations and Finances final report for your approval. We prepared this report in response to a request from County Executive and TACIR Commission member Jeff Huffman that the Commission study the operations and financing of Tennessee's wastewater systems. County Executive Huffman asked that the study examine the conditions of Tennessee's wastewater systems, the number of wastewater systems that have enforcement orders from TDEC, the best practices for wastewater system management from other states, new technologies for wastewater system management that local governments could consider and that would be permissible under TDEC rules, methods of wastewater system management that have not worked and should be avoided, best methods for financing sewer lines and wastewater treatment plants, and the best methods to reduce the operating cost of wastewater systems.
Ms. Huffman, if you don't mind, and I apologize for the interruption to the members and to you, could you speak up just a little bit more?
Yes.
If you can. Thank you.
The scope of the study was expanded at the request of the Commission to include an overview of wastewater system governance structures, whether the members of their governing bodies are compensated, and if so, whether that compensation includes benefits, as well as staffing issues wastewater systems are facing. The findings from the draft report remain unchanged, though staff has added some additional information from a recently published TDEC report on wastewater systems using drip dispersal. In summary, the report finds the following. Tennessee has invested heavily in upgrading its wastewater infrastructure, but some systems still struggle to maintain their aging equipment while meeting growing service demands. Wastewater systems in Tennessee will likely need to spend billions to pay for the repair, replacement, and expansion of their infrastructure. As of May 2024, 57 local governments operate wastewater systems with active enforcement orders. 13 other entities operate wastewater systems with active orders. 7 of those are privately operated, 4 are operated by schools, and 2 are operated by the state. 36 local governments operate wastewater systems with active sewer moratoriums. Asset management plans can help systems effectively manage their infrastructure needs by prioritizing projects and planning for their funding. The effective utility management framework developed by the EPA and other industry organizations can help systems manage more efficiently. Efficient energy consumption can also help cut operation costs. Research and interviews confirm the risk of failing to manage equipment and assets properly. The best methods for financing sewer lines and wastewater treatment systems will likely involve a blend of funding sources such as grants, loans, or bonds, depending on the project size and the specific circumstances at the utility. Wastewater treatment systems, including some in Tennessee, are using techniques and processes to extract resources from wastewater, such as water for irrigation, nutrients for fertilizers, and biogas for fuel. Most of the state's public wastewater systems, approximately 82%, are operated by municipalities and overseen by the municipalities' governing bodies. Compensation for board members serving on public wastewater systems governing bodies across the state varies across the state. According to the survey done by Commission staff, 65% of respondents reported that they compensate their board members. The compensation amounts range from $50 per month to $17,000 per year. Benefits also vary, with 32% of respondents offering health insurance, 22% providing vision insurance, and 20% offering dental insurance. 17% of survey respondents reported challenges in attracting and retaining certified wastewater operators because of an aging workforce and difficulty attracting younger workers. Retention also poses a challenge, as operators frequently resign for higher paying positions at other wastewater systems. Staff added information to the report From TDEC's report on the performance of wastewater systems utilizing drip dispersal in Tennessee, which was published after the previous commission meeting. TDEC's report summarizes its recent survey assessing the performance of decentralized wastewater systems that utilize drip dispersal for land application. This survey represents the first comprehensive evaluation of its kind in Tennessee. According to TDEC's survey results, over 370 decentralized wastewater systems in the state rely on the land application of wastewater through drip dispersal. However, only 360 are currently operational. The TDEC survey aimed to observe how the soil handled the water discharged by the systems and to report the results to guide engineers, entities operating wastewater systems, and future development efforts. The most common and difficult challenge these systems face is the hydraulic overload of the soil profile. This occurs when the incoming wastewater flow exceeds the system's design, limiting the soil's ability to drain properly and the system's ability to treat the effluent adequately. In their observations, TDEC documented noncompliance in 51% of the surveyed systems. They noted the instances of noncompliance ranged from wastewater completely bypassing the system to lack of maintenance resulting in the overgrowth conditions preventing access to the land application area. TDEC did not identify the cause of noncompliance in the report or specify any follow-up actions for wastewater systems. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer questions, and I request the approval of this report.
Members, are there questions? Does someone have? Jeff, Senator. Go ahead, Senator, and then Ms. Huffman. Okay.
Thank you for this report. So when we're looking at the overrun and the effluent, that 51% of these wastewater systems, are we characterizing the nature of that effluent? Like, do we know if it contains PFAS, if it contains chemicals? Has anybody looked into that?
You may answer.
Oh,
Now.
Oh, there it goes. It wasn't turning red. I don't think that it was specifically included in TDEC's report, but I know TDEC is monitoring PFAS across the state.
Continue.
that's complicated.
If you're not talking, make sure you turn your off because that keeps others from talking.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this is a very alarming study and obviously incredibly costly and not surprising. I mean, we knew that this was coming. I guess my second question and my last question would be, is there some kind of an order of operations in terms of how we start to eat the elephant here? Because it's such a massively huge prospect. Do we have any kind of a plan in place in terms of how that would play out?
I'm not sure exactly if we didn't look at that in the report specifically.
Director Lippard.
Yeah, I would say that's probably outside the scope of what we were asked to look at in this report, but I would add that this has been an area of emphasis with the using funds, the infrastructure funds from the federal government. The administration has put an emphasis on water and wastewater facilities. So I would say we're at least nibbling away at the elephant.
Executive Huffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your work on this, Ms. Moffitt. And this information regarding this report on the performance of wastewater systems utilizing this drip dispersal system in Tennessee, I find that to be really remarkable number there, over 370 decentralized wastewater systems, and I'm assuming those are mainly systems that are in the rural areas of Tennessee because there's no infrastructure in place for any other kind of system. The land application for these systems is through the drip dispersal system, and of the 370 decentralized systems, 360 are currently operational according to TDEC. So those 10 systems, for example, that started out as decentralized, what happens when that doesn't work? In other words, what are those 10 systems in those areas across Tennessee, what are they using for wastewater sewer usage? How has that changed?
Thank you. I believe those 10 are not operational. Either they're under construction, so they're in the process of being built and they just haven't been turned on yet. So that would be why they're not operational. If they can't utilize their drip dispersal system, in the report that TDEC wrote, they recommend looking at getting a NEPTES permit and discharging into a local point source.
The reason I ask is because in Tennessee, in a rural area, and I'm thinking of our area in West Tennessee where Blue Oval is, and the huge rural area that's around that until you get the metropolitan area of Jackson and Memphis, there are a lot of developers that are looking at this just drip dispersal system coming in because there is no infrastructure in place in these rural areas. And so the real question for local government officials is, do these things work? And how do you set them up so that they work properly, and who should run it? Every utility I've been to across Tennessee says you don't want the developer to run it. You want either a public utility or a municipality to run it after it's turned over to them. But the real question is, in the long term, these drip dispersal systems, will they work in the long term in 20 and 30 years? Or can you convert to another system as growth occurs and you have other infrastructure options in place? And all that's up in the air right now. And so a lot of folks in the rural area in Tennessee are struggling with this drip dispersal system because there really is no other option available in some of these rural areas. The other thing is these enforcement letters, and when you get an enforcement letter from TDEC, do you have any idea how that works? Do you just get a letter and that's it? Do they pursue it? What are the enforcement options if you get an enforcement letter and time goes by, years go by, and no improvements are made?
Ms. Moffitt.
Thank you. For the enforcement letters, in the order that are issued, they have specific guidelines that the utility has to follow, or they'll have to pay a significant penalty if they don't accomplish those. And usually what TDEC has told us ends up happening is TDEC and the utility agree on the certain circumstances that the utility should follow in order to remedy their noncompliance, and they're adamant to fix them because they don't want to pay the violation, or it's probably significantly more than it would cost to remedy their issue.
Continue.
Yeah, thank you. But that's subjective, isn't it? TDEC, there is no standard procedure where if we get the letter after a certain number of days, we go into Plan B and it gets a little stricter. You know, we come down on you a little harder, and then if you go 3 more months and nothing's been done, or 6 months or a year, there's no objective standard to go by saying if I don't make it by this time, it's going to cost me this much. If it goes on further, it's going to cost me this much more. There's nothing like that in place, is there?
Ms. Moffitt.
If TDEC can't enforce them to remedy their issue, then the EPA would step in and with significant noncompliance. But that TDEC has a very good handle on working with the utilities. And if they're over capacity and they're not able to remedy the issues, then they'll eventually be placed on a moratorium, which would not allow them to have any new connections, which would limit the growth of the economy in that city or area. And that's probably a pretty significant driver to fix those issues.
Mr. Chairman, if I could again.
Yes, you're recognized, sir. I think we have two waiting.
Oh, excuse
on your third. Go ahead. One more question.
The way Tennessee finances these things and the way the comptroller's requirements are and the Gatsby requirements are in Tennessee, do you know if other states around Tennessee have to comply with the same kind of regulations regarding depreciation and other expenses in these enterprise accounts like wastewater sewer funds, or if that changes from one state to the next?
I don't think it's different from, I think other states don't have to kind of follow the same federal guidelines.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And Executive Huffman, we were happy to come back to you because we know you that requested this, but there were some waiting. Next is Mayor Frank and then Mr. Clifton. Mayor Frank, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And mine is not a question, it's just a comment. Thank you, Executive Huffman, for bringing this request into TACIR and to the staff. I think this is an absolutely outstanding, excellent report and analysis. A lot of it, I would imagine, even TDEC did not have all the information at their fingertips in terms of governance and some of those things that aren't really, under necessarily their data collection purview. But I see a lot of opportunities here. When you look at many of the government issues, wastewater is not a really sexy issue that gets the public's attention unless you have something major like we've seen in some of the other states. So I think there's a lot of opportunity here for prioritizing wastewater in these issues. And Executive Huffman, I don't know if that was your intent, but I think it's going to be one of the things that comes out of this report. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. Mr. Clifton.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to just speak real quick to Senator Campbell's question regarding a plan of action. On page 4 and page 32, the asset management plans are discussed, and that is the tool. And TDEC is now encouraging, if not requiring, the asset management plans for both water and wastewater. So identifying the assets and assessing those and then putting a plan into action as to how we do that methodically. We're working with several smaller utilities to develop these plans, and I think that's going to be the best path forward. So I just want to throw that out there. Thank you.
Good morning. Executive Huffman, I'm way out of my depth, and we just lost our Director of Public Works after 27 years at the city, Robert Connect, he's around, so if you ever have questions, I would highly suggest you lean on him. But to answer your question as far as what happens, the city of Memphis ended up in a consent decree with the EPA for wastewater, and we've been working on that for well over, I think, around 20 years. So the escalation was from TDEC to noncompliance with federal guidance, and then basically the consent decree entered into the courts. And so we've been slowly chopping wood on that process, which I think is what you're touching on, is what's the end result, and then how financially punitive is it to the municipality. And Memphis and Shelby has a unique situation that we discussed last time with all of the growth around, is how do we look at our capacity versus development and economics, and then making sure that we're supportive of the surrounding areas. So for us, the most important things to the point outside of the federal dollars has been the state programs like the revolving loan. And I would encourage the legislators in here to continue to look at those, even local municipalities as they get opportunities. The revolving low interest loan programs have probably been one of the better, from a private business side, one of the better opportunities, because you get to book those assets and those returns differently. And that, as far as taxpayers, they feel more comfortable because at least the money's coming back in versus a straight grant. Have been some of the things that have been very helpful to the city of Memphis, for what it's worth. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Councilman. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Senator. Just as also, obviously, Mr. Huffman, you requested this study, and I think it's very valuable for us to know. I would think it's important, though, particularly in rural areas like yours and mine, where there are limited access to wastewater. The Tennessee General Assembly this year did allow for local governments to be able to enter agreements with developers to allow for an overlay of an additional property tax. I think the part of the reason for doing that was to be able to prevent these independent drip systems over a period of time where there was no future liability for those. If you wanted to go and build a 50-unit condominium complex, adjacent to a lake in rural Tennessee, you were going to have to do a drip system, and 30 years from now, it was going to be the homeowner's responsibility to take care of it if that were the case. And so by doing this, the local governments have the ability to try to figure out what the cost is to overlay over a limited period of time, so the property tax should pay the bond issuance necessary to be able to connect those systems. And I think that in and of itself lends itself to keeping us from having these pitfalls or cliffs in the future as it relates to a violation that might occur for these. The big challenge would be, what do we do with those other 377 ones that currently exist, and how do we maintain those over time? Because the EPA regulations are going to continue to get worse and more difficult for us to be able to achieve. When you talk to chemists who are working in water and wastewater now, it's a huge problem. The criteria laid out by the EPA, there are going to be more violations going forward if the trend continues, and it's going to be very difficult for local governments to try to keep up. So I think that's one of the tools in the toolbox I think that might help local governments, particularly in those rural areas.
Are there other questions? I just have one or two. If I noted that in your report that you said that we have two state-operated wastewater systems that are operating with active enforcement orders. That kind of surprised me a little bit. Could you tell me those two?
If I'm remembering correctly, one is a state penitentiary and the other is a state park.
A state park? Mm-hmm. And I say the other one again. I'm just having a hard time hearing. I'm sure it's me, not you.
One is a state penitentiary and the other is a state park. I don't recall the names off the top of my head, but I could get that information.
That'll be fine, yes. Since I have a state penitentiary in my district, I don't know if I want to know, but yes, I'd like to know that, please. And this study dealt with municipalities. Are there any utility districts in Tennessee that provide wastewater treatment? Most of those provide water, but are there any that provide wastewater treatment?
Yes. I think we list, I'm not sure if we list each individual names, but we do list the number of utilities, wastewater utilities that we have in the state.
I saw back in the statistics there were some numbers, but if you'd, I'd like to know those names as well, please.
I can send that to you.
Okay, I appreciate that very much. Now, do we have any other questions? Executive Huffman, bring the curtain down.
Just one more, Mr. Chairman. And I'll say in Rutherford County, there's a consolidated utility district that operates over 75 of these drip dispersal systems up there, and they've done it for a while. And they're kind of the gold standard for how these things should be operated and maintained. And they really do a great job up there. Let me ask you, there was a Supreme Court decision that came down regarding how much control EPA has, or I think the decision actually, for lack of a better word, weakened EPA's regulatory ability. And it was during the process of this study. Did you all look at that at all, or did y'all consider what impact that might have on any kind of future decisions TDEC might make?
Ms. Moffitt?
I'm not sure. I would want to ask my director. She's our staff lawyer as well. No, we did not.
All right. Thank you, Executive. I believe that there are no more questions, or are there any comments or any issues you want to debate? There being none, then we are going to vote on this. We take a roll call. We will vote by voice vote, and I will move approval of this report, and there is a second, okay, by Senator Yarbrough. Those who are in favor of the motion to approve the report say aye. Aye. Those who are opposed to the approval report say nay. There being none, the report is approved. Thank you very much. It was a very interesting report. Our next item, tab 4, Senate Bill 1140, House Bill 866, vendor compensation for sales and use tax collections. We have a panel today. If the panelists would come on up, take your seats, and we have Mr. Strickland there at the mic. He will open it up, and you can either introduce your panelists or they can introduce themselves. We would, I believe most of you have been the panelists. We have a very illustrious group here, some really strong panelists today. I think all of you were probably advised in advance that there are time limitations on your remarks, up to 5 minutes. Up to 5 minutes. We do have a little alarm that will go off after 5 minutes, but it's a very gentle and tactful alarm. So we have several panels today, and we appreciate your cooperation. What I will do as chairman, we will not take questions until all panelists have made their comments. So with that said, Mr. Strickland, I'm going to recognize you for whatever remarks you make, and then the introduction of our panelists.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Commissioners. As you may recall, a bill earlier this year directed the Commission to study the collection and remittance of state and local sales taxes. And our first panel this morning will be speaking on that and related issues. Businesses say that collecting sales tax generates certain costs for them, such as in time and labor spent on reporting collections or in determining what specific tax rate to apply to a given product. Another widely cited concern is that whenever a customer pays with a credit or debit card, the business pays fees to various card payment processors, and those fees, which are calculated as a percentage of the transaction, regularly also count sales tax as a part of the amount. 27 other states do provide vendor compensation for sales tax collection, either at a single rate or in a way that is scaled and capped to favor smaller vendors. Tennessee did used to provide vendor compensation to businesses until the year 2000, when it was eliminated. It was brought back for 1 year in fiscal year 22-23, during which time businesses in the state retained $14 million in vendor compensation. Today, however, Tennessee does not provide any vendor compensation for sales tax collection. As part of its status as an associate member of the Streamlined Sales and Use Tax Agreement, the state does, however, pay an allowance on the order of $6 million in fiscal year 22-23 to what are called certified service providers that provide sales tax collection services to out-of-state businesses, but not in-state ones. A draft report is scheduled to be presented to the Commission for review and comment at the next meeting. Today, however, and to help shed light on some of the issues around sales tax collection by businesses, the Commission will be hearing from 4 panelists. Beginning on my left here, Dr. Bill Fox, Professor Emeritus of the University of Tennessee. Glenn Grossman, independent consultant, speaking on behalf of the Tennessee Bankers Association. Tommy Hunt, president of the Tennessee Fuel and Convenience Store Association. And Rob Eichert, president and CEO of the Tennessee Grocers and Convenience Store Association.
We will start with Dr. Fox. We'll take them in the order that they were introduced. You're recognized, sir.
Mr. Chairman and members of the Commission, thank you very much for allowing me to be with you today to talk about the issue of vendors' compensation. Let me note that it's clearly a cost to businesses of collecting the state and the local government sales tax. I don't think there's any question at all about that. I'll just remind you, of course, that there are costs to businesses of collecting every tax. The taxes that are directly on them, like the corporate excise tax, but also the taxes that are intended in many cases to be paid by consumers, like the personal income tax at the national level, motor fuel taxes, unemployment insurance. I mean, all of these taxes are collected by business, remitted by business. It is a cost to them. And the question to you is, should the state, in some circumstances, in this case the sales tax, compensate businesses for some or all of those costs? As was already noted, 27 states do provide some compensation. There are 45 sales taxing states, so that's 2/3 or so of the states that have the tax are providing some form of compensation. Most of those states put a maximum on it. And again, the challenge is, should you decide it's the right thing to do, then the issue is, how much compensation would you give? There was a study done by PwC nearly 20 years ago, the only study I'm aware of, to look at these costs. And what they find is, not surprisingly, these costs differ a lot by kind of business. Large businesses, the costs are a much smaller share of the revenues that they collect than small businesses. And if you say give an average amount, you may actually end out making money for big businesses. You may compensate them more than it costs to collect the tax. On the other hand, if you provided as much compensation as it costs these small firms, it would be a huge consequence on state revenues. And and of course, it differs by type of industry that the firm is in. So it's a challenge should you choose to go in that direction of how large should the compensation be. And if you put a limit on it, how do you treat Walmart, which has multiple stores? Do you give a maximum on each store, or do you do it in total? A bunch of very difficult questions here. I'll just conclude by saying, should you go this direction, recognize that it's going to reduce sales tax collections. So if you follow the PwC study, you could imagine a situation in which it would cost the state something like 1/4 to 1/3% of a tax rate now. We have a 7% tax rate. You can imagine 1/4 to 1/3 of that going to compensate companies for the cost of collection. And so it's a challenging issue. Again, it's unassailable that it costs businesses something to collect this tax. And the issue for you is, should we pick out one tax and somehow compensate the firms for those costs? Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Chairman and council members, my name is Glenn Grossman, and I'm here on behalf of 300+ banks and credit unions that operate in the state of Tennessee. My experience in this area spans over 20 years of payments and banking experience, including research on this topic with a published report in 2023. I have some slides here, so let me just advance this. On this slide, you can see how payments at a high level are processed for a merchant. Merchants that accept a debit or credit card contract with what is called a merchant acquirer. Sometimes we call those merchant card processors or the merchant bank. And there are 3 fees that they collect in that process. These fees, sometimes you may have heard, are called swipe fees, but the industry refers to this as the merchant discount rate or fee. So you may hear different terms. It's just for clarity. These 3 fees, the first is interchange, and that is a fee that's determined by category. So a grocer has a different rate than a fuel organization. The network assessment, that is the fee by the payment network. There are 4 payment networks, such as Visa, MasterCard, Amex, and Discover. And then the last piece is the acquirer markup. Now, I should note that those first 2 fees are actually publicly available. You can all go on the internet and see what those fees are, but the merchant acquirer contracts with the merchant to negotiate that fee. Now, the interchange fee is paid to the card issuer. That's your bank or credit union, and is the largest part of this equation, and it covers things like transactional fraud, customer service, and arrears. If every time you lose your card or it's compromised, it pays for that, and those cards can cost up to $10 to reissue. Now, it should be noted that the Federal Reserve, when looking at credit card operations, has shown since 2016 that the expenses exceed actual operational revenue from interchange. So it's actually operating at a loss just at that level. The only way they make money is if people keep a balance, essentially the revolving credit side. So let me move to the next slide and have a little breakdown math. There is printouts available, I think, on this. You can see how the fees were calculated for a large grocery store on a $100 purchase. There is $9.25 in state and local taxes. I used Nashville here as my example. And based on that, if you were to try to say how much savings would be from interchange only, it'd be 15 cents on that $100 purchase. Now, on the right-hand side, I just used a use case of a large merchant and a small in the grocery category. And based on some industry standards of credit card acceptance, you can see what the savings would be. And similar to what Dr. Fox mentioned, the larger merchants, you can see the differences between the small business and the large business as far as the potential savings. Now, to make these changes happen, there's really no industry standards in place to actually do this across every type of card that exists. Standards have to be defined for this to be operationalized. So there are three approaches that have been tossed out there. One, can we add a state sales tax fee to every consumer and credit card and debit card? And that would be a new addition on the consumer side. Could we conduct two payments at once? I'm sorry? Oh, 1 minute. Okay. And second, can the merchants submit documentation afterwards? And you can see all the likely changes and all the different pieces. It's a lot of pieces that have to be changed. And then the last piece is we need to highlight that to make this all happen, we really need to know what is the sales tax, because when it comes to finances, we just can't say, I trust you and got it. We need auditability and trust. So today, we do not receive that information. But I want to point your attention to do that level of trust in the bottom bar. Now, every time with this fictitious burrito bar example, I would know all the way down the stream that you bought food, alcohol, and everything across that purchase, to actually have that level of detail, to know what the state sales tax is, to properly calculate it. So I know I'm almost out of time, so I'll pause at that point.
I'll give you a few seconds if you want to complete your sentence or make a quick conclusion.
Yeah. So the closing comment is the cost to modify the systems is a burden for both the business and the payment system, because once if a standard could be created, there's extensive work that has to be done for a merchant to actually be able to parse and send that information, whatever the standard is, and send that all the way through, and the back-end payment systems all the way to the issuers would have a cost. So it's not a cost for one organization, it's a cost across all, and I believe the small businesses would bear the brunt of it because they run industry-specific point-of-sale systems, and they would have to contract with them to get it done.
Thank you very much. You're recognized.
Thanks, Senator Yeager. Members of the council, appreciate your service. I represent Tennessee Fuel and Convenience Store Association. We're convenience store operators and fuel distributors, primarily family businesses. I am from Maryville, Tennessee. Our business in East Tennessee. Our association services over 3,000 retailers. And as Mr. Grossman said, I can guarantee you that all the credit card expenses are directed down to the small merchants that accept credit cards in Tennessee. But I would disagree with his percentages. We see 80% of our transactions at a minimum on credit cards. As an Exxon distributor in our Exxon stores, we contract with Exxon to run things through their network. And they negotiate rates with Citibank, one of his former competitors, on our behalf. We pay on average 2.1% of transaction fees on every purchase. And that includes the sales tax. Our corporation paid almost $100,000 in credit card fees to collect sales tax. Visa and the merchants did not. What we're asking is for the legislature to say that Visa and MasterCard cannot charge fees on sales tax that we collect. Yes, we collect beer wholesale tax. We collect cigarette excise tax. We collect gasoline excise tax. And we pay the credit card fees, as Dr. Fox said, to collect those taxes. That is on our expense. We're not asking for reimbursement for that. We're just asking for two multinational corporations, MasterCard and Visa, to not charge credit card fees on the merchants, whether it's Nafe's Grocery in Covington or the IGA in your district, Senator Yeager, or Townsend Grocery in Townsend, Tennessee, to have to pay credit card fees, collect sales tax for the state of Tennessee. Aubrey's Restaurants, who's locating now in Franklin, Smyrna, Spring Hill, paid well over $200,000 in sales tax, in credit card fees to collect sales tax from behalf of the state of Tennessee. Adopo Pizza and Potski's Deli in Knoxville paid $15,000 in credit card fees to collect sales tax on behalf of the state of Tennessee. What we're asking the state as small merchants, Visa and MasterCard say, oh, it's too complicated. If y'all have my presentation, the sheet that says, I'm not fancy enough to have slides. I took ag at UT Martin. That's one page of 4.
Excuse me, I'm a UT Martin graduate too, so just right on.
This is one page of 4 of the types of cards that I am billed by Visa and MasterCard. So when they say it's too complicated, I grew up on a dairy farm, I say bull. The other thing is, as far as the amount of detail, I can tell you from my credit card statement from First Horizon, they can tell me whether my wife has been to the Plaid Rabbit to buy grandkids' clothes, or whether she's been to the grocery store at the IGA, the Food City, the Kroger, or the Publix. I can also tell you that I can contract Exxon to bid in milliseconds on a credit card that's driving by my store to say, hey, I haven't seen you in a while. Here's a coupon for a free fountain drink. Stop in to see me. So to say that it's too complicated, nah. They employ lots of folks that have the ability to program that. And I also say with Visa and MasterCard's net profit margins after tax of well over 40% for MasterCard and well over 50% for the last 5 years, they can absorb some fees on behalf of the state of Tennessee. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Rob Eichert is up next. You're recognized, sir.
Mr. Chairman and members, can you all hear me? You got me? Okay. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And members, I'm Rob Eichert. I'm president of the Tennessee Grocers and Convenience Store Association. We represent retail grocers and convenience stores and their wholesalers and suppliers. Mr. Hunt and I are pleased to be able to represent the food industry, but we also are representing many other industries here today, just anybody in the merchant category, and that, of course, includes hardware stores, framers, furniture stores, electronic stores, home goods, automotive, sporting goods, bookstores, pet supplies, florists, liquor stores. Any business that collects the state's taxes at the point of sale has a stake in what is being discussed here today. Collectively, the merchants of Tennessee are Tennessee's #1 tax collector. In 23-24, merchants collected more than $14 billion in state sales tax and an additional $4.3 billion in local government taxes. So that's a combined $18 billion in 23-24. It used to be that merchants got to keep a small portion of what they collected as an acknowledgement of the trouble that they go to serve the state and local governments as their tax collectors. That's called vendor's allowance in many states. The Tennessee jargon is vendor's compensation or vendor's comp. When the sales tax came in 1947, vendor's comp was a feature of sales tax law, and it allowed merchants to keep up to $50 per timely filed sales tax return. $50 was real money in 1947, by the way. Sometime in the 1990s, that was whittled down to $25 capped per company per timely filed monthly return. So a very large retailer or the smallest general store you could find will be able to keep a maximum of $300 a year to compensate them for collecting taxes for the state. And of course, that went away in the year 2000 as part of a cost-saving package during a state fiscal crisis. Merchants do incur plenty of expenses in serving the state this way, and we've talked about some of them. The manpower and time are not insignificant factors, but there are monetary expenditures in terms of software investments and accountancy. For food businesses, it's a bit more complex because we're administering 2 different sales tax rates and also administering things like food sales tax holidays, an idea that the legislature has found popular over the last few years. So there's a lot to serving the state and enacting the policy that is generated here. One big expense that we've already heard a lot about is the interchange fee on any sales that are conducted or paid for with a payment card. When vendor's comp went away in the year 2000, about 30% of transactions were paid for with payment cards. Today, it's more like 80%. So with the massive increase in volume of payment card payments and with the regular increase in the rates that the card companies charge, interchange fees has just become an astounding cost for collecting the state's taxes. We just backing some numbers out of state revenue data, we believe that Tennessee merchants or merchants who collect Tennessee taxes are paying somewhere north of $300 million a year to the card companies for the privilege of serving as the state's tax collector. So it is a tax on tax collections. And of course, the money that merchants collect is not their money. It's the state's money or local government's money. But nevertheless, the card companies get to make $300 million extra profit because those Tennessee merchants are collecting taxes. A majority of states, as Mr. Strickland said, do have vendors' comp systems. Just a couple of examples. Alabama has tiered rates ranging from 2% to 5% based on the amount of tax due, plus a maximum discount cap of $400. Georgia offers 3% on the first $3,000 on state, and then it's uncapped after that at a 0.5% rate. Missouri just has an uncapped 2% vendor's comp, so a merchant can keep 2% of what they collect for the state of Missouri. Illinois just did something astonishing. There was a move to cap their very generous uncapped vendor's comp rate at $1,000, and in exchange for that measure, the legislature and their governor passed and signed a law to prohibit the card companies from collecting interchange on sales tax collections. We, as the merchants of Tennessee, think that's a very fair trade-off, and we hope that the state can find a way to make merchants whole on their tax collection efforts for the state. If we can't do that through vendors' comp, we think that the Illinois measure of prohibiting sales tax or prohibiting interchange fees on tax collections would be a fair result. I do want to thank TACIR for taking this up, and I want to thank Senator Lundberg for bringing the legislation that made this possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ackard. It was excellent panel today. Great.
You're welcome. Mr. Chairman, I have 3 questions. 2 should be relatively brief in answer. The first will probably require a little more if one of the panelists has an answer. What did the Tennessee model used to look like? I would assume, I know being a small business person myself, I can't recall what that percentage savings was, or you know, I call it a savings. It was helping us with the cost of compliance. I would assume great minds came up with that formula before. And so I'm asking that so that TACIR could possibly go back and just data mine for that particular formula. Does anyone know what that was based on?
Mayor, that was of. Okay. The great minds that came up with this came up with it in 1947, and they thought that $50 a month was a reasonable formula. Of course, over time, the impact of that diminished with inflation. As Mr. Strickland referred to in his preliminary report, when we restored vendors' compensation one fiscal year ago, the state collected, or the state vendors' compensation left $14 million in merchants' hands. It doesn't come close to the $300 million that we think that we're paying on interchange fees, for example, on tax collections. And also, I should note that I believe there was a significant sales tax holiday on food during that period. So the tax collections were skewed during that time. But that's, I think, the best information I have on the formula that might help the state get whole again.
Thank you. Representative Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess this question I have a couple questions, but the first one, putting it in real world kind of experience, would be for Mr. Grossman. What happens if somebody's paying for gas at the pump where the tax is already included? Will this transaction be accepted or rejected?
So today, that if you have to have a solution in place to make it work electronically. So if you were at a fuel location, the standard would have to be that you have to parse out the state tax, not the federal, and it has to be identified so that way it could be processed. Without that, it would be buried inside the payment. You asked if it would be accepted or rejected. Well, there isn't a scenario where it could be rejected. So let's say you have to do a proposed solution, 2 authorizations. Your first one is for the fuel, and the second one is for the state tax. It is feasible that your second authorization is not cleared insufficient funds for some reason, and that would be an awkward situation to be in. You know, so that could happen.
Senator Crawford, to reply to that, there is no sales tax on gasoline in Tennessee, so it wouldn't involve the purchase of fuel. It would just be the items inside the store that are taxable. And we handle two authorizations routinely per transaction. When you go to Kroger's or the grocery store and type in your phone number for the loyalty, that's a transaction that goes out and then comes back in and identifies you, and then your credit card sale goes out and is identified. So 2 transactions are already handled, 2 authorizations or recognitions are already handled on most transactions in the state of Tennessee now.
Representative Williams, you're recognized. One more, and then Representative Williams.
Yeah, the scenario you brought up with 2 transactions, could one transaction be paid with a credit card and then they pay the other transactions, say the tax with cash?
For us in East Tennessee, and it varies by market, Memphis may be different, areas of Nashville may be different than what we are, let's say in, say, Knoxville and rural East Tennessee, but still total transactions are 80% are credit and debit, the rest are cash, and it would be up to our vendors, which most of the rules and all the recognition on the stuff is usually set by the banks and dictated to us. The bank does not pay for the internet access fee. The bank does not pay for the firewall. The bank does not pay for the equipment. Our crayons in the pumps, the credit card dips in the pumps, are costing me $1,500 a pop when the customer sticks his card in and then yanks it back out and doesn't leave it in time because the banks want to use a chip card. So that expense is on me, and I'm buying those in bulk at $1,500 a pop. So the transaction would be set up for us to handle and whatever the banks dictate for us to do.
Mr. Chairman,
You're welcome.
If I could just make a note here.
Yes,
I think the
Fox.
point that's been raised here should be recognized, and that is that while it's true that there's this sales tax on these fees that are cost to the merchants, the same thing would be true with the gasoline tax itself. When we're as a consumer buying gasoline and paying with a credit card, there is a charge associated with the payment of the gasoline tax. Similarly with alcohol taxes. That to the extent that those alcohol taxes are built into the cost of a bottle of wine or a bottle of whiskey, when I use my credit card, then that interchange fee is being charged also associated with the tax on those. So this is not unique to the sales tax. The point I was trying to emphasize, there's tax after tax that are costs to the businesses of collecting for us. And so the issue for you is, do we just pick out one, the sales tax, and try to reflect the costs on that?
Representative Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Senator. Just to follow back up, Mr. Eichert was talking about what was going on in Illinois. I think it's kind of the most recent one. Mr. Grossman, can you tell me how your perception of how that's going and the change there that's going on in Illinois? Oh, it's me again.
Well, I'm not a lawyer, so I should condition that. But the lawsuit that has just been issued states many challenges at a legal level with that, but at a technical level for the payment system, they've complicated it to be not just sales tax, but gratuity. And so that would require a very complicated process for restaurants now to also be able to identify what's the gratuity and what is the sales tax in any payment authorization. I believe that the bill is, personally, my opinion, is flawed in approach. The due diligence was not conducted to effectively determine if it could be achieved.
So currently, if I go down to a restaurant in Tennessee and I go down there and I'm a great tipper and leave somebody a tip, I didn't think that there was sales tax on that in Tennessee, but they're proposing to do that in Illinois.
It's compounded, the way to look at it. It's both. So they want to exclude interchange on both of those items. But going back to a fundamental principle of audibility, you would have to know distinctly both so you could properly rebate that transaction amount. And there's no support for that. It should be clear that these are global ISO standards for payments, and the EMV chips that we talked about, they're expensive. That took about a decade to get to a standard, to a rollout. So we're talking about a global payment system, And for one state like Illinois to say we're going to change that is, and it's if you read the lawsuit, it's pointed out also that as a challenge.
Chairman, Mr. Eichert, I think it was 3 cycles ago, but 2 years ago, we changed and did a period of time, I think maybe Representative Hall carried that bill, I think it was, that allowed for vendors to be able to be compensated for a portion of that. It was also the longest sales tax holiday year that I think we've had in Tennessee state history. So the numbers are pretty skewed. I guess the question is, but when we made that change, that was only for point of sale systems as it related to vendors. It was not a change to sales tax or a fuel tax or to the liquor tax or any other appropriate tax. Is that correct?
Yes, Representative Williams, that is correct. It was just for sales tax. I would add that there had been proposals over the past few years that address the interchange fee piece, and those proposals have only applied to taxes that are collected at the point of sale. It did it, which is mostly sales tax. It also included liquor by the drink tax, and there's I think a rental car tax that was included in there, a local government hotel motel occupancy tax. None of the taxes that are collected at the point of wholesale were included in that. And so Dr. Fox is right. I mean, there are definitely other taxes that are passed down to the retailer that the retailer either has to absorb or pass on to the customer that really can't be addressed at this point of sale solution that we're talking about. And I do agree that Illinois definitely complicated their proposal with by adding gratuities in that. It's sort of a separate issue and really makes it complicated.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Fox, if you took that off the credit card, the sales tax or the fee on that difference there, wouldn't they just go up on the rate to compensate for that? In other words, if you reduce that and said sales tax doesn't apply to this, you can't apply your fee to the sales tax portion, would they not just go up on the fee to the vendor on that? And then secondly, how does all this, these transactional fees for situs-based companies in Tennessee, the convenience stores, how does it work differently on all these internet sales that sales and use applies to in Tennessee?
So I assume that the they you're referring to as the financial institutions might in fact increase their fee to offset the lost revenue on the sales tax. And to the extent that they can isolate and impose taxes on Tennessee businesses, that indeed might happen. Maybe not day one, but as they negotiate their deals over the long term, they will generate the revenues they need to cover their costs and make a profit. And so it certainly wouldn't be shocking if that happened. The question about the internet, we need to recognize, of course, that a lot of the sales tax for Tennessee today is not collected by Tennessee businesses. It's collected and remitted by firms all over the country, indeed all over the world. And so if we give vendors compensation, presumably a fair portion of that compensation goes to firms who are not Tennessee firms. And so we would, again, have to work out arrangements where this was available to everyone. I don't think constitutionally we could only do this for Tennessee firms. And so it would be firms across the country who would be affected by this. That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Clerk Gaither, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I collect the hotel motel tax in our county, and if the business files their tax timely, we give them a 2% discount. And so this may be something that the legislature may want to look at if the business owner or the vendor files their sales tax through the Department of Revenue in a timely manner, they may could get a percentage discount, and that would offset some of the cost.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Clerk. And now, Mayor Frank, you're recognized.
See. Okay. One thing just for TACIR staff, I would like to know the amount that the state of Tennessee charges for collection of sales tax, so what those actual numbers are, and then maybe just work with the state on trying to estimate what the actual cost of collection is for sales tax. And then for Dr. Fox, I'm wondering, you had mentioned how, some companies, say a Walmart, could actually, if we put in place such a compensation plan, if it's uniform, they could actually make more money than the actual cost of collecting the sales tax. How would you suggest we go about taking a look at what would, if this is truly entertained, how do we go about taking a look at what would be fair?
So the study that I referenced before, done by PwC, is, as I noted, the only study I'm aware of this time. It was an expensive study, and they did extensive work. And I know the people who worked on it. I think it's a reasonable measure of the cost. Again, it's almost 20 years old, but it's probably qualitatively still good. What they found was small firms, it cost them about 13% of their sales tax revenues to collect the tax. That includes everything, being audited, determining what's taxable, what isn't, and including the fees we're talking about for the financial institutions. On the other hand, a big firm, it was closer to, big being over $10 million in sales, was about 2%. And so this really big difference in the relative share of costs. And so one way that I think states try to address that issue is to put a maximum on the amount. So if you give vendors comp, it's up to something. We had $50 or $25, pretty low maximum in fairness. Other states it may be $1,000 or something like that, so that large firms don't get compensated. But if you say you were to try to give 3 or 4% compensation, the big guys, Walmart probably makes money on that based on the study. And so there ought to be some way to address that, again, by either putting a maximum or keeping the percentage low enough that it isn't benefiting so much the big firms. My estimate is it looks like there's about 5 of the states where the compensation might, in fact, cover the costs. In the other states, it's deferring some of the costs, but not paying the full amount of the 27 states that have vendors comp.
Thank you, Mayor. And I believe Senator Campbell's waiting for the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'm just wondering if I'm trying to understand, if you're choosing just Visa and MasterCard for this, what would be the market share that they would have? And is it do they have a punitive disposition towards this? Is this a hostile endeavor? Are we favoring in the marketplace Amex, Discover, whoever else is out there? How does that work?
To be clear, the term interchange is the fee that's paid to the issuer, not Amex, not Visa. So that's the bill is being described interchange. It's just one of the 3 components in the merchant discount rate. It's the banks that operate here in Tennessee and tourists who come here that carry a card from whoever their bank or credit card. That revenue is going to impact those 300 plus banks and credit unions here in the state. And be clear, regulated debit, which is, if you look at how people pay, they use their debit card more than credit card. That's the most recent federal data. And so that's been regulated with the Durbin Amendment since 2011. That's price fixed. So as far as what the interchange is, so yeah.
Yes, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Campbell, to give you an idea, there's a Merchants Payment Coalition that's in the process of suing MasterCard and Visa because they're violating the Durbin Amendment. We had one settlement with them, and we're still in court over what they say the amounts are, and we filed a second suit against them. So the fees that we pay, when we say if you would just prevent the card companies from charging us the credit card fees on sales taxes, that's all of them. In Tennessee, we see about 30 to 35% of our transactions are on debit in the smaller retails. The grocers may see a higher percentage than that because of the dollar amount, but debit had approached 50% of sales prior to COVID. It's back down to about 34% of sales of card transactions. Why, I don't know. But I can tell you that the difference in fees, even if it's regulated, is 0.1%, and Visa and MasterCard are proposing fee increases on those very same fees as fast as they can. So to think that it's punitive, yeah, it's punitive. They're punitive already.
Yes. And then I think Reverend Williams is waiting, and Representative Parkinson.
Thank you. Just in brief, would you mind telling me what the Durbin Amendment basically says?
So the Durbin Amendment, which went into effect in 2011, is also referred to as Reg II. It's overseen by the Federal Reserve, where the all debit card transactions for issuers, that would be a bank or credit union, over $10 billion is set at roughly, if my numbers are, I think it's, I actually have it in my handout that I left behind.
Cents per transaction.
Yeah. And so that is, it's the same for all those large issuers. The debit interchange rate is published. If you want to see if it's a Visa branded card, you can go right out to their website, as are all credit card fees. They have it's like a 20-page document. And going back to the slide I had, there's a network assessment. I know it's complicated. It's a three-part equation. And the network assessment, that is what is, when you say Visa, that's what they collect. They have their fee, and so interchange is just one of it, and that has been fairly stable over the last 5+ years based on independent research.
Representative Williams. Briefly.
The credit card fees for us typically would be, whether it's credit or debit, would be 2.1% on average of all transactions. We have an ACH program. Several of the grocers do as well as some of our competitors. And those fees are 14 cents per transaction, not 2%. So for a $50 transaction, I'm paying $1 for a credit card and 14 cents for the ACH transaction.
Representative Williams, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you. I don't really know who to ask this question to, but I did not know that Dr. Fox was going to be here today, and we have the Commissioner of Finance and David Thurman here today. I was wondering if maybe you could give us your precursor to a funding formula recommendation for this year. No, I'm just kidding. But I guess and if somebody wants to, the big challenge with this is that it's like picking your favorite kids too. I mean, if the legislature chose to make a revision as it relates to this, where does it end? If you say, okay, we're going to do sales tax, that's great, but there's so many other taxes that way. We do have a process by which revenue collects taxes for local government, and they keep a portion of those taxes. So there is this transaction that occurs going when the money flows the other way. I recognize that as well, but I'm having a hard time understanding what the difference between those costs, what your traditional cost of doing business is, whether it's labor, electricity, payroll, mortgage payment, or whatever, and credit card fees versus the need to collect to reduce these collections. It seems to me like the easiest way to make a remedy would be much like you would do in your business and try to offset and negotiate a lower cost as it relates to those services. Are you not able to do that? My assumption is that you are, because some of you do a lot more transactions than others, and so those retailers allow you to, or those credit card companies allow you to do that. I guess I'm I guess if there's no way to take one bite of the apple, and from a fiscal responsibility standpoint, you have to take into consideration all of them. And I think that, do you see it the same way, or why would only doing the sales tax portion of it be beneficial?
As a retailer, we had been compensated prior to this for collecting the sales tax. That came out of the state's pocket. We bear the cost of collecting all the other taxes. We're not asking about that. Don't think the state should participate or enumerate the people that collect on that. But what we are saying is that the financial institutions and the out-of-state corporations, MasterCard and Visa, Amex, all the other cards that are out there, they are much larger than us. They are multinational. We don't even see them. There's a contract out there for retailers, but it's with the card collectors, let's say. Walmart would have one. The grocers may not even have one. They may even pay a merchant's accumulator to go talk to MasterCard and Visa. To give you an idea of the retail standards that Mr. Grossman set up, the retail standards are set up by the Payment Coalition PCI standards. There's not a single retailer on those standards as to what the standards need to be for credit card security. It's all the Bank of Japan, MasterCard, Visa, Amex, and Europe. So that's the scale. So no individual merchant ever sees MasterCard or Visa. You never see a MasterCard or Visa sign on a stadium in any county in Tennessee. They're not here. We can't get to talk to them. The way we see it is we're paying the fees to them to collect it. We're just asking you to ask them to absorb that cost of the fee, just like we absorb the cost to do all the other tax collections.
I think Mr. Eichert had to respond.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, there is no negotiating at the business level or at the state level with MasterCard, Visa, American Express. I mean, it is we get rate increases that were figured out in some, secret location, dark room somewhere, and it just gets handed down and we live with it. And it's an international formula that we have no impact on. Just to say what Mr. Hunt said in another way, merchants are equity partners with the state in the revenue collection system. And, it used to be that it was just a matter of sharpening your pencil and getting your return filed in a timely manner, and you get your $50 maximum for your timely filed return. But with the growth in card usage and with the growth in card rates, we're seeing a really unfair situation where we're eating these costs and the payment card companies are making tremendous profits just on tax collections, and that's on top of the billions that they're making on sales of goods and services in Tennessee on interchange rates. So the extra $300 million they're making out of Tennessee on tax collections just seems really unfair. And we would like to see the card companies become equity partners in the tax collection system in Tennessee as well.
Yes, sir. And then Representative Parkinson.
Thank you. So let's say I'm a young married couple and I'm using the envelope method. I'm paying cash for everything. How do you deal with that customer? What cost do you incur when somebody just pays cash for everything?
It's much less expensive. At a grocery store, the big expense there is an armored car that comes every day or so. And no matter how much money you make that's paid in for, no matter how much of your sales are in cash, that cost for the armored car is fixed. If you have huge sales on credit cards, your interchange fees grow proportionally.
Let me ask the same question a different way. If I go and pay $109.75 at the Publix in Cookeville, Tennessee today, and I pay in cash, how does Publix, what's the cost to Publix to be able to send the state its 7? I mean, it's a cost of doing business. The retailer's doing that. I mean, they're collecting that revenue. I'm having a hard time seeing the difference between that and the other because they're both costs of doing business.
Well, Mr. Grossman's PowerPoint presentation gave an example of this that I think would say that on that dollar amount of transaction that Publix is paying an extra 15 cents on that transaction in the card fees. So that's 15 cents that they wouldn't be paying if the sale was paid for in cash.
So it's a 2018 study, but the retail consulting firm looked at the cost of handling cash, not in respect to sales tax, but just to handling it. And it varies by industry sector, but overall, on average, they estimate the cost of handling cash in retail to be 9% of the transactional cost, which is far higher than any merchant discount rate. It should be noted when he said about the standards, Mr. Hunt, the PCI standards are payment card security standards. They have nothing to do with rates.
Representative Parkinson, and we'll let you bring the curtain down.
I'm happy to bring the curtain down. So thank you, Chairman. Gentlemen, I was first of all, I find this conversation intriguing. You know, I consider it a rich folks fight, and no, not meaning to insult, but it is a rich people's fight, right? And so, with that being said, and I thought my colleague, Chairman Williams, was going to ask this question, but if there is a reduction or a removal of the credit card fees, how does it benefit the consumer? Because I didn't hear much talk about consumers benefiting in this conversation. Oh, that's for anyone.
Thank you. Representative Parkinson, we can look back at some research done by the Federal Reserve of Richmond after the debit card regulation that we referred to earlier, and they showed that just about 1% of when those fees came down were ever passed back in savings. And that was a very significant price change. So the research has shown that when fees in this category have been reduced, almost none ever make it back into savings to consumers. So can't speak specifically to this scenario, but we can look back at past history.
Representative Parkinson, as a retailer who has friends in Memphis, I can guarantee you that every grocer, every small business in Memphis would benefit. And for any retailer, I can guarantee you that his labor is his first expense, but his credit card fees are his second expense. And the more that we can decrease the credit card fees, the more we can pay our employees, which is typically what's happened.
I totally agree with Mr. Hunt, and I would just say that credit card fees are one of the biggest expenses that groceries have. If those went away, in the very competitive grocery world where profit margins are extremely thin, you would see a benefit to the consumer in a reduction in food prices.
Representative Parkinson, you're recognized, but we're going to need to draw it to a close because we have several other panels to hear from today.
Understood and appreciated, Mr. Chairman. I'm no expert in marketing and public relations. Well, actually, I am, but I would, you know, y'all may want to consider leading from that vantage point of how the average Tennessean benefits from either a law change or an adjustment in these credit card fees. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, members of the panel, for your very good questions. I think the outstanding testimony today and your questions all underscore the importance of this issue. Unless there's objection, Representative Williams has a question or a comment.
just for Dr. Lippert and staff, I think it would be important to know as they continue to study this information to be able to take to be able to get from the commissioner the information regarding the amount of sales tax collected for out-of-state businesses via internet sales. I think it would be also important to know what the fuel, liquor tax, and sales tax striation of those would also be, because unintended consequences of making a decision as it relates to this will impact all of those, and so it may be that internet sales taxes and these transaction fees represent 50% of the revenues, and so it'd be interesting to know what that is. Thanks.
Well said. Thank you. And thank you again, panelists, for your very fine presentations today. If I can call your attention now, members, to tab 5. Public Chapters 934 and 938, the Acts of 2024, the Child Care Business Regulations and Workers Panel. If I believe Mr. Morio is at the mic, if we can get the panelist here, Mr. Morio.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we'll just take a minute to get the name tag situated, everyone seated. We have one PowerPoint presentation, so we'll get that loaded up here shortly.
I'm going to leave now. Yeah, good. Mr. Morio, I'm going to have to, Mr. Morio, I'm leaving the room for just a few minutes, but do not delay your presentation. Director Lippert will keep it going until I come back in about 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, well, as the chairman directed, we'll proceed. And good morning, commissioners. I will be introducing our study on issues facing child care businesses and child care workers in Tennessee. Demand for child care services exceeds available supply in many communities across Tennessee, and where child care is available, it's often unaffordable for those who need it. The study, which came to the Commission at the direction of 2 public chapters enacted by the General Assembly in 2024, will investigate some of the challenges child care providers are facing. Across the state, child care business owners have difficulties hiring and retaining workers. Owners are often frustrated. They can't afford to increase low wages or offer benefits because many Tennessee families can't afford to pay higher prices for their child care. And so Public Chapter 934, Acts of 2024, sponsored by Senator Oliver and Representative Freeman, directed the Commission to study the characteristics and conditions of child care workers in the state and to explore the feasibility of expanding incentives and financial support programs for early educators. Additionally, stakeholders have expressed their frustrations with some of the barriers to opening, maintaining, and expanding childcare businesses. Public Chapter 938, Acts of 2024, sponsored by Senator Watson and Representative Williams, direct TACIR to identify laws, regulations, and rules that impose costs, financial burdens, or operating delays on childcare business owners and prospective owners, and whether some of these barriers may not be necessary to protect the health, safety, and welfare of children and the community. Both public chapters require the Commission's report by January 31st, 2025, and a draft report will be presented for review and comment at our next meeting. I mentioned that this study is not the first to address the quality, affordability, and accessibility of childcare in Tennessee. In 2021, the 112th General Assembly convened a childcare task force, which published its report in December 2022. So we've included the executive summary of that report and its recommendations for your information in the docket books. Today we'll hear from 6 panelists, 5 representing various aspects of childcare and early education, plus our own Bill Terry, with insight into how local planning and zoning can be a barrier for potential childcare businesses. And I'll just take a moment to introduce our panel. Speaking first will be Gwen Lasser, Program Director for Child Care Services within Tennessee Department of Human Services. DHS plans, implements, and coordinates activities and programs to ensure quality and the health and safety of children in licensed care at over 2,300 child care agencies across the state. Following Ms. Lasser will be Misty Moody, Assistant Commissioner of Early Learning for the Tennessee Department of Education. The DOE is responsible for certifying a variety of early child care and education programs not covered by DHS, including voluntary pre-K, early childhood special education, private school preschools, Head Start, school age before and after care. Next, we'll have Blair Taylor, the founder, president, and CEO of Tennesseans for Quality Early Education, a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization that educates and advocates for policies and programs to improve early childhood development and education outcomes. Following Ms. Taylor, we welcome Heather Hicks, Chief Officer of Statewide Initiatives for Signal Centers. Signal Centers is a nonprofit organization based in Chattanooga that's partnered with DHS to manage the Tennessee Child Care Resource and Referral Network, providing technical assistance to child care providers across the state, and to also manage the state's wages program, which supplements salaries of early childhood educators who continue their own educations. Next, we'll have Rosa Smith, Assistant Director of Economic Development from the Upper Cumberland Development District. The Upper Cumberland has taken a very active role to work with prospective owners and help expand child care capacity in their district. Ms. Smith will share insights from her experiences. And last but never least, TACIR Senior Research Consultant Bill Terry will discuss how local planning and zoning can affect child care businesses. Thank you to all the panelists for being here today. I believe, Mr. Chairman, you mentioned that commissioners will hold all questions until the 6 panelists have spoken.
That's exactly right. As we have with all of our panelists today, we've asked them to limit their remarks to 5 minutes, and that we will take questions at the conclusion of all of your presentations. And I believe the first one up, Mr. Morio, is is it Lacer? Am I saying that right? Lasser. I'm sorry. I apologize. Lasser. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're recognized, Ms. Lasser.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Yeager and committee members. My name is Gwen Lasser, and I serve as the Director for Child Care Services for the Department of Human Services. I want to thank the committee and staff for taking the time to discuss this important issue. DHS is committed to promoting early childhood environments that are safe, healthy, and educationally rich, and we are incredibly proud of the work we do and the work our partners do. While I could talk all day long about all the work we do, for time's sakes, I'm going to focus on the evolution of child care at DHS and the creation of what I think is the incredibly impactful unit within child care, and that's our pre-licensure unit. We as a department have modernized, really moving to be a partner to our providers rather than a punisher. We need a strong workforce in the state, and we all know if you don't have a safe place to put your child, you're not going to go to work. Child care is a critical workforce development tool. We recognize there are many forms of child care, and parents want what best fits their family's needs. That could be a small family home provider or a large center, close to work, close to home, or close to their support net system. When it comes to child care licensure, we know there is a lot a provider has to consider: DHS rules, DOE rules, local codes and zoning, environmental and fire codes, financial sustainability, availability of child care workforce, and the list goes on. The pre-licensure unit is a small but mighty unit with a big impact. Our unit meets the provider where they are, whether they are just now exploring becoming a child care provider or if they have already obtained a building and are ready to take the next step in opening. Since August of 2021, we have grown interest in all 95 counties and created new slots in 65 of Tennessee's counties. And we aren't stopping now. For example, just in this past state fiscal year, we have had a net gain of 22,161 licensed slots statewide. Our pre-licensure team acts as a liaison to the provider, helping them navigate local, state, and federal regulations from beginning to end. We first educate the provider on the licensure process and introduce them to the business resources available through DHS. It also can mean a variety of other forms of assistance, such as the work we are doing to streamline inspections by the State Fire Marshal's Office or navigating local codes and zoning. We are there to help navigate the path to licensure and to be a listening ear. We are the lead agency to regulate licensed childcare, to administer the quality rating improvement system, quality supports, and the state administrator for the Child Care and Development Fund, which funds our child care certificate program, providing payment assistance for low-income families, but also allows us to deploy resources to our providers and establish technical assistance and tools for them to access as they run their business. These are technical assistance programs and resources such as wages. It's a salary supplement for child care educators based on their education level. Or a Tech Goes Home, which provides training on technology and deploys devices for use. We also have establishment grants for new entities that are opening at $1,000 per licensed slot of capacity to purchase the materials, equipment, and supplies they need to open their doors. We all know the need for good quality, safe child care is high, and the needs vary across the state. We have multiple opportunities for input from our providers through different committees and hearings, as well as through their licensing consultant in the pre-licensure and continuous licensure units. And we as lead agency have the responsibility to be strategically thinking ahead. This fall, after 5 years of research, work, and development, including feedback from providers, national consultants, and technical assistance partners, we're rolling out a more provider and consumer-friendly quality rating and improvement system that continues to receive national attention and praise from our regulators and even organizations like the Department of Defense. The observation tool incorporates licensing standards as well as nationally recognized quality best practices. This tool, designed for Tennessee, is a way to increase transparency between the department, the provider, the public, and the parent. Another area where we are making progress is through employer-sponsored child care partnerships, which really is a new frontier and an area we are so excited to continue to grow in. We've created big partnerships with major corporations like Tyson, worked with chambers and local governments, and companies in your backyard. We are engaging Tennessee employers to invest in their workforce through innovative child care strategies. In conclusion, I look forward to answering your questions about DHS's role in this space and listening to my fellow panelists. There are hurdles for sure in the industry, and I hope we can share our innovative approaches to tackling these hurdles and collaborate with you today. I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Losser. Ms. Moody?
Good morning, everyone. As stated, I'm Misty Moody. I'm the Assistant Commissioner of Early Learning for Tennessee Department of Education. Most of what I would say today would also mirror my counterpart over here at Human Services, but I'm not going to tell you what we do the same. I'm going to tell you some things that are different. So currently, the Office of Early Learning, which is, the Division of Early Learning, which is in the Office of Academics, in the Department of Education, oversees about 2,000 early childhood programs. They are birth to 5. And then we also have this whole section of schools that also provide school age before and after care. So we have this conglomeration of 2,000 schools that are providing services to almost 100,000 students. And I said that lightly because we're still talking about young children as well, but students in our state. Within our division, as stated, we have voluntary pre-K. We are in 137 districts, and we're serving about 18,500 3- and 4-year-olds in that program. We have our Head Start Collaboration Office. We have 22 school districts that are the Head Start lead agency, where they serve children directly using the Head Start funds directly through their district in that capacity. We have early childhood special education, where we served about 10,000 young children, 3, 4, and 5-year-old, not in kindergarten, that have disabilities. And so we serve them through their IEPs within the district. We also had the privilege of receiving a preschool development grant almost 2 years ago. But we were able to test theories, and we provided opportunities for districts to create and think outside the box. And we provided funding for them to be able to be a model district. And what does that model look like? And how can we study these different models and come together and make really good decisions for all of our programs that we have? We have lots of districts that have employee daycares that are under the Department of Education. So what we like to say, because the big question is, okay, really, what's the difference in education and human services? It sounds like to me that you're both doing birth to 5. We are. The biggest difference is that under education, they're school administered. So if you're a public school in Tennessee, if you're a private school in Tennessee, and you offer services to school-age children before and after, or young children, so you have pre-K, you have any birth to 5 program at all, those are automatically under our office. I have 18 education consultants that go out into these 2,000 schools every year. They provide coaching support. They make sure that our schools are, as my counterpart says, healthy and safe for children and families. They also make sure that we have high quality teaching going on. We have high quality learning happening. There's many interactions that are happening between the teacher and the children. Children are having opportunity to speak, to talk, to share with their peers. And so we have a small and mighty team that is serving children and families in pretty unique ways as well. That's it.
Thank you, Chairman Yeager. Let me make sure I've got this operating properly. Anything I need to do to make it into maybe it can go to slideshow over there where it's at. Let's see, let's give it a test. Well, doesn't seem to want to go. Let's try. Oh, there we go. Okay. Good. We're rolling. Thank you. Thank you to this commission, and thank you to the legislators in particular who are on this commission who enacted legislation this past session to establish a study on this, particularly Representative Williams is here. Thank you for your leadership in championing this work. We're an advocacy organization. We advance policies and practices that support children on their journey from birth to 3rd grade. 3rd grade is our sort of North Star, if you will, 3rd grade reading and math proficiency, because as most of you all know, all of you all know, I'm sure 3rd grade is such a sort of crucial springboard for everything that comes after, right? Let me make sure I make this thing go here. I'm going to take a few minutes to do a little bit of context setting for you all on this issue of childcare. So I've got about 7 or 8 slides that I'm going to walk through that speak to the work we're discussing today. The first thing for you all to know is that we have an early learning problem and a childcare problem in our state, right? Roughly 60% of our 3rd graders are below grade level in ELA, and also same as in math. Many of our children are entering kindergarten already behind, right? And it's important to know that roughly those children who are 0 to 5, roughly 300,000 of them in Tennessee, about 60%, have all available parents in the workforce. Their parents are working to earn a living for their families, trying to earn a living for their families. They're patching together childcare that they can find and afford. And that quality of childcare, the quality that's happening in that setting, wherever those children are, is either advancing or impeding their growth and learning. So just think about that. It's important to recognize, and I wanted to have this slide, it's important to recognize that learning outcomes and childcare are linked. And if done right, childcare can be an accelerator, actually, for positive early learning results. Next slide. So we did a report in late 2022, Economic Impact of the Childcare Crisis, sponsored by Chambers of Commerce across our state because businesses recognize this as a major issue, surveyed parents of young children to understand the impact of the childcare problems in our state. The result was a whopping $2.6 billion in annual economic losses. That's from parent losses from reduced earnings, businesses losses from lower productivity, reduced revenues, increased hiring and retention costs, and reduced tax revenues from loss of purchasing power. The issues, this was sort of the slide that defines why is this happening? What are those losses attributable to? On the left side, you see the survey results when we asked working parents, and these were working parents of children under the age of 6, 26% said as a result of child care problems, they were quit or fired. Nearly a third went to part-time. A third turned down a job offer, a promotion, or left the workforce altogether. And when we asked them what was the problem and what were the issues, why was this happening, they said, well, 50% said the quality was a concern, 70% said access, which means they couldn't find a slot, couldn't find available child care, and lastly, affordability was a major issue for them. So this next slide shows two charts here, one that child care is unaffordable and the other about child care worker pay. And these are very interrelated and key drivers of the problem. And it's why I have these two charts in the slide. The first, child care is expensive. It costs more than in-state college tuition. It's very, very expensive in our state and nationally. But even so, child care workers are among the lowest paid profession, and this is causing a major workforce shortage. It impacts providers' ability to grow and even to fill the seats that they have. We did an informal survey last year of child care programs, talked to about 400 of them through surveys and phone calls, and this just spoke to the child care shortage of workers issue. 73% say they had a shortage of educators the last 12 months, 70% serving fewer children than licensed capacity, 80% wait list, 82% said increased salary would have the greatest impact. So why aren't providers paying workers more? If you're McDonald's and your labor costs go up, you add a quarter to the cost of a Big Mac, right? With childcare, parents already can't afford it. So there's not an option to charge more, right? It's childcare business, it is a business. This is an industry with very, very slim margins. Paying workforce competitive wages versus keeping costs affordable for parents, and that is the rub. I do want to say that compounding this problem is this issue of government bureaucracy. This is not, I repeat, I'm an advocacy organization, but this is not speaking personally to my colleagues in Department of Education, Human Services, all of whom are really dedicated and impressive people doing great work. So I need to say that. But we are an advocacy organization, and our job is to look at where there are opportunities for improvement and to strengthen the system. And there are barriers and so how we govern and manage the system matters, right? And there's roughly $500+ million, and that is very rough, mostly federal funds going towards child care, but there is a big chunk of state funds, too, going towards preschool. There are, and this is in summary, and this is my second to last slide, there are barriers to industry growth and confusion and inefficiency that come from three things: red tape, duplication, and silos. And we have that in abundance. Red tape, duplication, and silos.
We need to bring it to a conclusion, ma'am.
Thank you. That's some of my colleagues will get into some more detail on that, and I'll be happy to answer questions on that and more specifics later. We've done a lot of focus groups and surveys on that. The last slide is the last slide, and this really just speaks to that if we solve this, there's a triple bottom line for our state. Children can get a strong early learning foundation, parents earn a living, and businesses can grow. And that's a win for all of us. Thank you.
Our next panelist is Heather Hicks. Ms. Hicks, you're recognized.
I'm on. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. I am Heather Hicks, and the Chief Officer of Statewide Initiatives for Signal Centers. I'm also the Director of the Child Care Resource Referral Network, and I have oversight of the Wages Program. The CCR&R, as you heard earlier, provides professional development, coaching, and training to all DHS licensed child care agency, as well as all DOE child care agencies who participate in the Child Care Certificate Program, and this includes Early Head Start and Head Start. We also oversee the Small Business Academy, which is a prerequisite to opening a child care agency. And the two things I'm going to talk to you today about are both of those, the child care wages salary supplement and the Small Business Academy. Child care facilities must rely largely on parent fees to pay their staff, but since many parents can't afford to pay more, early childhood teachers ultimately subsidize the care and education of the children in their program. One solution to help address this compensation gap has been the Child Care Wages Program. It is an education-based salary supplement program. It is evidence-informed, outcomes-driven, and helps increase the early childhood workforce compensation, as well as helps to build and encourage education, making it possible for those professionals to stay in early child care. Wages is one way that we attract and retain well-qualified, better compensated the early child care workforce. The wages program, again, is about compensation for the workforce, but it is also about compensation that helps build quality for the children and families because it helps improve retention and it encourages other educators to increase their education level. Wages helps alleviate financial stress, which is critical to teachers' well-being and the successful interactions they have with children. We want teachers to be able to focus on those classroom interactions rather than focus on financial stress or any other stress that they carry and bring into the classroom. We do see benefits of the wages program in several ways. First of all, the turnover rates are decreasing and becoming closer to those pre-pandemic rates. We're dropping from 22% turnover to 15% turnover, which means teachers are staying in the classroom. The number of teachers moving up the supplement scale, meaning that they have increased their education level, is increasing. Children benefit from high quality early childhood education, and they're more likely to graduate from high school. The National Association of Education posted in April of this year that the average public school teacher salary in Tennessee is $55,369, which is $26.62 per hour based on 2,080 hours per year, which is what child care workers work on average. The average wage for wages participants is $32,052 a year, or $15.41 an hour. Yet half of all the wages participants have a bachelor's degree or higher. They have the same degree as the teachers in the public school education setting. We are talking about individuals who are working at the same degree level with a pay differential of around $23,000 a year, which is substantial. Without a public investment, workforce compensation is a difficult problem to solve, and early childhood is a prime example of this market failure. While we recognize that wages is not the silver bullet to solve the compensation crisis, until or unless there's public funding to support early childhood like public schools, we need to utilize every effective strategy we can, and wages is one of those. Our Small Business Academy has pointed out some major things that other panelists are going to talk about, which include city and county and fire marshal requirements that are confusing, they're not in line, and it's preventing people from being able to open childcare. Some are waiting over 2 years to open, and then some are walking away when the city, county, and fire marshal requirements are not in alignment. I will close by saying that it is really time that we treat our childhood teachers like professionals and that we pay them a living wage and stop treating them as though they are babysitters. It's time that we remove the barriers for those working to open a child care agency, because families need and deserve to have a choice between family care, center-based care, faith-based, Head Start, or voluntary pre-K. And it's time that we bring businesses to the table to help support their own workforce, which ultimately supports the child care workforce. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you. I'm Rosa Smith with the Upper Cumberland Development District, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here with you this morning. Our organization, in partnership with the Upper Cumberland Human Resource Agency, was fortunate enough to receive one of the Tennessee Opportunity Act pilot grants through TANF funding provided by DHS. The focus of this grant was to assist families and children in breaking the cycle of poverty. As we began addressing the barriers that our working families face, we identified childcare was a significant challenge. This realization led me to walk along some potential providers by going through the classes and the steps involved in opening a childcare center, to experience what potential providers encounter. However, this journey was far from simple. This 10-step process at the time led me to navigate 90 pages of rules and regulations that led to 42 websites, 18 manuals, 10 walkthroughs involving 2 state agencies, 2 local agencies, and a technical provider. Each of them with its own set of rules, conflicting information, varying interpretations. I've not identified any resource that understands or provides guidance through the whole entire licensure process. I'd like to share an example from my region on how the current system cost us 100 childcare slots in Macon County. Dr. Kimberly Hale made a commendable effort to open a center in Lafayette by purchasing an approved assisted living building with the intent to provide childcare and therapy services for over 100 children. Dr. Hale had architectural designs stamped for an assisted living facility. However, State Fire required a digital copy of the plans specifically stamped for childcare use. Even though the building exceeded the State Fire standards, they insisted that the plans be stamped as childcare and submitted in a digital format before moving forward. We all know there's a shortage of architects specializing in childcare facilities, and it could take 6 to 9 months to even hire one. Additionally, the cost of having new plans drawn up and stamped would be an incurred cost without any benefit to the property or project. Another major challenge is the time involved to open a center. DHS has stated that it could take up to 1.5 years to become licensed. As most of us know, in the business world, it's nearly impossible to secure funding or a loan when there's no revenue coming in such an extended period. Dr. Hale ultimately ran out of funding due to the lengthy process of opening her center. There's an extremely high level of risk involved in this industry. It's a low-margin business model that isn't profitable unless you have 60 or plus children. Unfortunately, after over 2 years of navigating bureaucracy, managing the time delays, and assessing the risk, she has been forced to discontinue this project. Unfortunately, this story is just one of many. But again, I want to thank you for this opportunity to share, and I appreciate your time and your attention.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, this reminded me of an incident that occurred when I was a planner several years ago. I went to a meeting in Middle Tennessee, and I walked in the room, and it was just jam-packed full of people. So I stood there for a minute, and the city attorney then called me over to explain something. He said, "Be careful what you say. All these people are here to oppose the daycare center." So that gets you started with how much daycare centers are controversial. In zoning, it's not really too much controversy except in the approval or disapproval. Zoning ordinance will deal with daycare centers and daycare homes in 2 or 3 different ways. The first way is in the definition section of a zoning ordinance. The definition section will define what is a daycare home and a daycare center and how many children that can be kept there. It might be 3 in a daycare home, it might be 5, it might be 7. When they get to daycare centers, they get larger. The zoning ordinance will deal with this by uses permitted by right. If they're permitted by right, it's covered under the uses permitted section of the zoning ordinance. If it's prohibited, it'll say use is prohibited. The controversy occurs generally when the daycare center or home is covered in a special exception. Tennessee law authorizes special exceptions in zoning ordinances, and most cities and counties have a section on special exceptions. They might also be called conditional uses. problem might be that the special exception, conditional use, may have standards specified in the ordinance, or it may not. If it does not have standards specified, then the local board is free to do what they want to, and generally does it outside of the law. If the conditions are spelled out in some detail, then all those conditions have to be met. If they're met, then that use is permitted and would have to be approved. The requirements on permit include things like filing a site plan, recognizing setbacks, recognizing fencing, noise barriers, traffic circulation. And basically, you don't want a car backing up in a daycare center or a daycare home. So you have to have some sort of mechanism for pulling a car in and out. And then there's the question that came up, can the legislature itself preempt local government from dealing with these daycare centers? Yep, sure can. Because they've preempted several items from local zoning, including agriculture cannot be regulated, 8 or fewer persons with disabilities are allowed in a home, may not exclude homes built in a factory from zones that mean a double-wide mobile home is permitted, a single-wide is not. May not regulate telephone and telegraph facilities. And there's a new bill that got passed a couple years ago here on wireless broadband, which is very extensive. The other place that can affect daycare centers is the local staff enforcement. Who enforces the regulations at the local level? 1 minute? Okay, I'll be done. Whoever enforces it has to know, number one, what the regulations are, and has to do it on a quality basis, I'd say. And of course, all daycare centers have to have a license. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and panelists. We do have Representative Parkinson and Senator Yarborough waiting in the queue to ask questions, but if unless there's objection, I wanted to offer a comment. Among the issues I get the most calls from my constituents is about child care. Either the lack of child care or child care operators who are struggling under just insurmountable state regulation. We are, to me, that is the issue. And in these rural counties, I have the most rural, and the largest district in the state, includes Macon County. And there are just some of these rural areas that have no child care because of oppressive regulations, at risk of, well, I'm trying to be polite about this, but maybe thoughtless regulations. We really need to take a look at this issue. And I'm glad we have some of the state agencies here where a lot of the regulations come from. And it's also an economic development problem because industries or businesses sometimes can't find employees because the potential employee can't afford child care to go get a job. And these regulations, among other things, are driving up that cost. So I'm glad to see this panel and I appreciate your letting me air my opinion. And Representative Parkinson, you're up, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I agree with everything you said also. I do have a question. I have a couple questions, if you don't mind, Mr. Chair. To the department, to DHS and to Department of Ed. Why are y'all not working together? It seems like we're having duplicates of service, and I'm surprised that me being the lone Democrat up here, aside of my two colleagues over here, that we're the ones advocating for smaller government. That's big government. You know, the fact that there's no cohesion, you know, to reduce the duplication of services. Oh.
Okay. All right. Thank you for the question. I will say that we do communicate on a regular basis. We have monthly contacts to further align. There is legislation that by statute says that if an agency is a school-based agency, then it must go through the Department of Education. And then we are, of course, are the lead agency for licensed care, which by law, anyone who is providing care for more than 4 unrelated children must be licensed. And so we are the agency that does regulate private industry, mostly, with the child care rules. And then I'll let Misty go ahead.
Thank you for that question. So I would echo, I meet monthly with Gwen and the Assistant Commissioner, Jude White, and we talk about things that can better align or not. What I will say is, as Gwen just stated, a school is very different than an in-home facility. A school is very different than a child care center. And so as Gwen was telling you about the laws that kind of determine which bucket one might fit in, there's also a law that says that our standards, our rules have to align. And so there's a misconception that doesn't happen. They do happen. So our rules, our standards that all 5,000 entities have to follow, they do align. Now, they're not the same, because the school is not the same as a family care in-home center or a child care center, but they do align. And so, and I feel like we work pretty hard. We both serve all of the programs that receive subsidy. We both work together to. I don't want there to be a misconception that we don't, because we regularly work together.
One more question. There's 3 others waiting in the queue, Representative Parks.
Thank you, Mrs. Chair, and respectfully, Mr. Chair, I heard my other colleagues asking 12, 10, 8 different questions, but I serve at the will of the chair, and I do this one question. The two departments are serving children of the same ages. Am I correct? And okay, and so can you tell us if both departments are serving children of the same ages? And I'm sure, of course, the schools, they go higher, but in that age range where you're serving children of the same ages, what is the difference between the two?
I mean, I think the easiest way, thank you for that question, and we actually get this question all day, every day, and I think I tried to touch on it a few minutes ago when I was giving my opening. The biggest difference is one is attached to a public or private school. One is run by Shelby County School District. One is run by Primrose School of Nashville or Franklin, or pick your private school. The other is a business owner and someone who is in childcare for the business aspect. Tennessee Department of Education, we have about 500 private schools that are under our purview. 221 of those serve birth to 5. 55 of those are for-profit. And those 55 would be your Primrose, would be some of those for birth. So really the biggest difference in those two is the fact that a district or a private school in Tennessee is running this early childhood program versus someone who is running it as their business.
Representative Yarborough, you're recognized. And when we're through, we'll come back to you, sir.
Thank you, and I'll echo the comments from the chairman. I mean, and it doesn't matter which kind of, if you're in a rural district or an urban district, this is just a massive complication. I remember when we first had children, the number of places where apparently you're supposed to put kids on a wait list like 3 years before they're born, which is like earlier than most people start planning for these types of things. So, and I mean, I personally talked to a business owner who was, one of their top priorities in building one of these new gigantic buildings downtown was to have childcare, and they got it, but it was the hardest thing in the world that they did. Couldn't even put it in the contract because it just didn't because there are too many choke points along the way, and I sympathize. I think that there's a lot of things that are probably our fault in the legislature and the way that we've created laws. But it seems that we need to move to a place where we're not just making sure these things are hitting quality, but we're trying to drive the quantity of how many high-quality child care centers there are. And so I guess, and I don't know I don't know, Ms. Taylor, if you sort of, by putting this in a slide, you're catching this. So, I mean, obviously, there are silos, but what have other states done, or what is the right type of way to break down those walls so that state and local governments and businesses and education institutions, obviously there's a lot of people in play, but how do we trim this down so that we are, increasing the supply of centers in a meaningful way?
There we go. Thanks for asking the question. Well, there are solutions. And the origin, first of all, these two do their best within a siloed infrastructure to work together, the two departments. So they're to be commended for that. The federal government, they're really organized, these folks, around funding streams for the most part. And the federal government is kind of where that starts. Different funding streams are coming down to different departments, although the work that Misty does, Department of Education, is mostly state funding. The solution, many states, I would venture to say most, are moving to streamline or have recently moved to streamline to single governance. Our neighboring states, Arkansas, recently in 2023, brought it together. Florida brought them under one governance. Louisiana has them under one governance. Virginia has them under one governance. It's a trend. And I do think you all are uncovering something here that is very important for us to look at, because without it, I mean, we just have these classic silos, and we're not able to have a vision or a single operating system or a strategic plan that's unified and serving, as Representative Parkinson mentioned, the same children. So I think there's a real opportunity there. Happy to provide more background and research and data on that as requested.
I also wanted to follow up on your question, just sort of on the labor market side of this and the pay being, I think you said the average was the $15 range, which, I mean, for comparison, most high school babysitters are going to get, if they're watching 2 kids, are going to get paid $20 an hour, right? So I'm trying to, I mean, how do we increase just the number of people that can do this and do that work and attract people to the profession? I mean, what are the real world steps? And does the way that we calculate, or does the way the state calculates the funds that goes to on the CCDF funding, does the way that we calculate cost have any, is there room to improve there or not?
Oh, yes, go ahead.
Sorry.
There, thank you. That's a great question. I think that you hit the nail on the head when you talk about the pay that we're paying the people who are setting the foundation for early learning, and that is what they're doing. They're teachers, they're educators, as though they are babysitters with the pay. And we have to find a way to professionalize so that children, young individuals coming out of high school, coming out of college, say, I want to care for our youngest children. It's a job that I can do and support my family, because clearly that can't happen right now. Of course, the child care wages supplement is one of those pieces, but we really need to take the conversation larger and outside of early care and learning. We need to help our business owners. I'm not suggesting that everybody build a Tyson childcare, but for our businesses to really look at the impact childcare has on their workforce and somehow making that a benefit for their workers. It'll reduce absenteeism, they'll attract great workers, but we also have to professionalize and have that mental mindset that if I'm caring for infants to 5-year-old in a child care setting, I am a teacher. Okay. And like I said, half of the participants have a degree. They're bachelor degrees or masters. But we're paying, and that $15 is average. We have some that are making well north or south of that. So I think we do need to look at the pay scale. We need to look at how to increase that. But families can't tackle that burden. They cannot afford to pay that at all. So I think we do look at the structure.
Thank you. And I believe Representative Williams and then Senator Campbell. Representative Williams recognized and Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you. Obviously, this is really important to all of us in the legislature. Obviously, and I want to thank the UCDD and UCHRA for the hard work that they're doing in my community as it relates to this space. It is very difficult. I do think not all the solutions are going to have a slant to educational delivery system. If you're a parent today and you don't have child care, you're not really interested in whether or not they're going to be able to read at the third grade level. You're really just looking for some assistance as it relates. The improving their outcomes in education is kind of the byproduct of getting a secure daycare system for them to be able to leave their kids for a period of time in a safe space. I will say, as someone in the construction business, if I go and design a church tomorrow, if I build a church with 249 seats, I do not have to go to the fire marshal's office. 249. But if I go to 250, I got to go to the fire marshal's office to get approval. When you take that into consideration, most of the child care that we're delivering in the state is done through churches because they're already designed to meet what might be, in my opinion, an egregious standard as it relates to facility safety and structure and how they're constructed. In so saying that, when you look at that 250 threshold that we have for fire marshals review and approval for churches, we have a standard that's four children for the same fire marshal standard. It's unconscionable that we would have a standard that is so low. I think one of the things that hopeful that will come out of this study is what is an applicable. I have people in my community, a grandmother who has more than 4 grandchildren, and she's able to do that just because she's their parent. Or their grandparent. I think there are 2 current programs in state government that I think that we can use as a model to help assist in this case, and that is the relative caregiver program that we use for whenever there isn't a parent in the home. We have a relative caregiver program where we pay a stipend to a parent, to an aunt, an uncle, a grandparent, or someone in order to help care for that loved one across the state. We can do that in a daycare setting and lift or raise the requirement of biological children or grandchildren or some kind of relative caregiver program to do that. I think if we look at those things and we raise the threshold as it relates to fire marshal approval, it would make a dramatic impact in that. I do think local planning and zoning has a little bit of an issue to do there as well. The local planning and zoning code was created as a protection to ensure that these folks locate daycare facilities in commercial areas because of the amount of traffic that they generate. You don't want to generate them in local streets as it relates to homes. And I'll say finally, one of the things to look at, we have a program in the state called Smart Steps. Smart Steps is a program where if someone's wanting to go back to school to improve themselves, then they can apply for daycare for their child while they're doing that. It's not improved upon, but if we can look at that kind of thing as it relates to employers and employment, it might generate a revenue stream to facilitate a Tyson or an Averett Express or someone that has an employer that's over 250 or 500 people, because the number of children that are represented in those families is going to be a small percentage of that workforce. And so there's got to be a number there where we can do that. I think as we look at daycare, I think the state has a fiduciary duty to assist where we can. Regulations are really the low-hanging fruit that I talked about earlier. And that was kind of the reason in bringing TACIR into marrying these two studies, because it is all-encompassing. But I don't, and I appreciate all the panel here today, but I think the main thing is the main thing, and the main thing is daycare shortage. The other things we can tweak over a period of time in order to do that. And until we make an investment and we create an environment where local business can make an investment, or someone like our good doctor from Macon County, because 100 kids in one facility, in my personal opinion, is too much. But when you have a shortage of 250 or 300 people, anything would be a huge benefit. And so I look forward to continuing the study. I appreciate you guys coming here today. I really didn't have any specific questions. I just think that as we look at it, there are multiple things that we can do to improve the situation, to make it more childcare more accessible by eliminating some of these egregious things that currently are in state law. Thanks.
Thank you. Senator Campbell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was worried I was demoted there for a second. Thank you guys for all you're doing, every single one of you. We're 41st in the country for childcare, and that's even with this, snapshot of time right now where we're still waiting for ESSER funds to run out. 36th in child well-being, and I guess when we look at the $2.6 billion of economic losses that are cited, we don't ever talk enough about opportunity costs, but that to me is the window through which we have to look at this. It's obviously costing us a great deal when we don't do something about this. And I have a couple of questions. One is, what is the wages program doing to change that in terms of the actual number? I get that it's a gradation of we're giving different amounts relative to your academic achievements, but how effectively is that adding to the workforce and improving childcare outcomes? And then my next question would be for Blair Taylor. I just wanted to try to understand, it seems like in this entire conversation, we're conflating childcare with early childhood education. Those are two very different things. And so I'd like to know, I personally think that early childhood education is paramount, very, very important. And so I'd like to know what your thoughts are in terms of why we're not differentiating those in this conversation. Thanks.
Within the wages program, it first started in 2020, right during the pandemic. We have more than doubled the participants in the wages program. We do a yearly survey of everybody who participates, and they continually come back and say things such as, the wages program has kept me in doing what I love to do. If it wasn't for the wages program, I couldn't X, Y, or Z. We have recognized that the wages program is so important. We're looking at raising the salary cap, which is currently $20, because we don't want anybody who qualifies and might go a penny or two over to say, don't give me the raise. Or don't give me the promotion. So we're looking at that to help keep people in the classroom. At the high end, it's $7,800 a year. So if I'm making $32,000, I have a bachelor's or a master's in early education, and I can get $7,800 for the year, I'm already raising the level. So we're seeing an increase monthly of applications of over 200 a month. So the more that we're doing it, people are coming in and they don't want to lose the supplement, because it is making a difference in keeping really qualified educators in the classroom. And those who aren't at the permanent payment level yet, which means they haven't reached an associate's, 57% of our participants are at an associate's level or higher. They are increasing their education and turning it in every semester so they move up, because they want to get to that permanent pay level, and it keeps them in the classroom. Thank you.
Okay, I think my question was, why are we differentiating between early education and childcare?
Why aren't we?
Why aren't we differentiating between early education? So, trying to figure out the short answer to this question, so I don't take all day. If I'm a parent, and the many parents that we talk to, and if you're dropping your 3-year-old off, for 6 hours or so while you're going to work, what do you want to be happening for that child during the day? You want that child to have someone tending to them, to be interacting with them. You want them maybe playing some little games, some puzzles, you want their sort of brains engaged. You want them feeling cheerful and doing sing-songs, and actually all of that you want as a parent, you want it because actually the science of early childhood tells us that in the earliest years of a child's life is when the brain develops the most of any other time in human life. And there is a science to how that happens. If children, it's called actually serve and return. And believe it or not, as you're sort of singing to that child and you're organizing them in their play space and you're letting them do games and explore and play, synapses are firing in their brains. The wiring of their brains is actually literally growing, and this is absolutely true. So, childcare, when we have typically thought of childcare, it's like, well, let's just get a babysitter, and nothing wrong with getting a babysitter and someone just taking your, but you want someone interacting and tuning into the growth of your child's brain and their learning and their development. That is crucial for laying the foundation that then helps them be ready by kindergarten, that then helps them be ready for school and for further learning. Those early language and literacy skills that we talk about so much and that we've invested in so much as a state in K-3, the foundation for that, for early language and literacy, begins at birth, and I kid you not. And this research, data after data, research after research shows that those early learning and literacy skills, the number of words children know by the time the gaps widen along income lines predominantly as children age from birth to 5. So when children are in care settings, whether we call them early education, whether we call it childcare, whether we call it babysitting, that child's brain is developing. And if there is neglect, which we hope doesn't happen, of course, but even if we don't use that time wisely to sort of do the things that we know can be done, and that goes to the issue of the educator and the early educators and the teachers. The things that we care about in teaching in K-12, the same things apply. The same things apply. It's not pencil and paper. It's a different kind of learning. And it requires educators who understand that and who are trained to that. And so it's a precious time of life. It's the time of life where data shows we get the greatest return on our investment you invest early, you then mitigate against remediation, you mitigate against further investments that you have to make, like what we're doing now, having to invest in tutoring and summer learning programs, et cetera, because children aren't ready by third grade. So that's why.
Thank you. I believe Councilman Carlisle is next.
Almost got a promotion.
Yeah, that's right.
Maybe, yeah. Yeah, that's tough time down that way. I'm glad that was Senator Campbell's question. I had that as well, Mr. Chairman. And look, I've got 3 children, 7, 9, and 12. Our youngest has special needs, attends campus school in Memphis. So I understand everything you're saying. My sister is a PhD in early clinical childhood, pediatric psychology, rather. So I got to hear it from her over the holidays. And I do think it's important. I mean, you've got to have things like parallel play occurring, right? You got interactive play. All those things matter. I'll get more. This is a very robust, complex subject, especially when you look across the United States over the last 34, 40 years about more single parents, more parents choosing to work dual incomes in the household, the costs associated with that. I'll never forget being a kid and watching 60 Minutes. There was an entire run on my spouse is working for an extra $35,000, but now it's tripped in income tax bracket, so it's actually costing us to have that spouse work. So this is a problem that's been prevalent for many years, and I appreciate the desire to change it. And I also appreciate the chairman's comments that this is one of those unique situations where rural and urban will be aligned. For Antonio, or for Representative Parkins and I, you drive around Memphis and you talk about private providers. The amount of homes that have been converted into childcare in low-income and middle-income neighborhoods is astonishing in a place like Memphis. And for what it's worth, these are just individuals just trying to make it by who probably were watching 3 or 4 kids and then realized they're not bad at it. And so I'll be interested to see as you work through the regulation process working with private providers how that goes, because I think the thing that we get scared is that one phone call, that one time that we approve somebody and a door wasn't properly secured, and we've had those issues, Representative. But I'll get at the heart of the matter of what my questions relate to, which is, somebody mentioned already, the private markets are adapting. Large employers, FedEx, AutoZone, well, AutoZone not necessarily yet, but they're working that way. But larger employers are starting to build out large daycare facilities. You look at Blue Oval Ford. Clearly, this is looking to address the smaller businesses, the manufacturing logistics hub that we live in. And so my question is ultimately, who's going to pay for it, right? If you raise wages $5, there's a cost to that, right? Especially in the private markets, because the private markets will then need to respond. When the private markets respond, they pass through the cost. We are in the Wendy's business, so I take offense to McDonald's. We don't always take price. Sometimes we have to cut or we have to look for efficiencies. But ultimately, this, and Representative Williams brought it with, maybe it's construction costs on the front end. Maybe it's tax credits to the provider. Maybe it's a stipend. But ultimately, this is going to come down to who pays for what. Do you cut or reward small businesses for making childcare a priority, or do you, as the governing bodies, pay for it yourselves? But ultimately, it's somebody's got to pay for it. And I'll be interested to see the response to that when you look at the economic impact, because I'm ultimately going to ask myself as a taxpayer, like, what do I get for it, right? And then what enforcement and quality do I get as a user for what you're getting? And the last thing, as this study progresses, I'm going to jump into kind of a tangential subject, but I'm going to raise it since it was broached, which is affirmation by certification. One of the largest problems in the public education system across the United States is requiring people to get meaningless doctorates and masters of education when they've already got 25 years of experience in order to get a raise. It is the most asinine thing that I have ever seen, especially when you look at how the public four-year and master's degree programs have gone, especially strictly online programs. You cannot look me square in the face and tell me that those degrees have a direct positive impact in the way that those teachers are able to teach in a classroom. So we're spending millions and millions and millions of dollars on tuition reimbursement programs to get people certifications arbitrarily to make them a better teacher or more effective in the classroom, and then they're getting very little incremental benefit in wage, and I promise you the student is getting very little. Just because somebody had 10 years of education in a charter school in Memphis and went to Vanderbilt for a master in ed did not make them a better teacher in the classroom by the amount of money they spent, I promise you. Maybe once in a blue moon. And so I think that that's something that has to be looked at. And that's not a knock on many people that have benefited from those secondary and PhDs that they've received. But when you look at that, is this: if you go and interview teachers in our district, one of the sole driving factors for that education is so that they can get an increase in pay. And most of them will tell you it did not result in a better classroom. And I think that you need to be very cautious and careful as you start to go down this road about professionalizing that. I agree there should be some process and certification. I hope it doesn't go to the overkill where it creates another cost burden as opposed to being a benefit. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you. I did want to speak a little bit about who pays for it. So we've talked a little bit about the employer investments, and I wanted to speak a little bit about the TACIR model. I think you all are familiar with that model. And what they did is they, of course, did do some capital investments. They built a facility on site. But one of the things they wanted to look at is how they could maximize resources that were available. And so they partnered with a corporate child care entity, and they worked with that child care entity to determine what a cost per child would be so that they could offer quality care that's paying those educators at a higher rate of pay. It's also making certain that they had a good structured curriculum in place so that children are learning. And also, they wanted to make certain that this was something that their employers, to be able to retain them, that they would be able to have access to. So TACIR did build the facility. They did partner with a corporate agency. And what they do is, through their HR process, as they're onboarding their workforce at TACIR, they apply for the Child Care Payment Assistance, SMART Steps, that Representative Williams spoke to just a moment ago. And so if they're approved for SMART Steps, then that helps pay part of the parent subsidy. And then TACIR is offsetting that additional cost based on what they determine that quality would be. So they're further investing into that facility by paying whatever that cost difference is on behalf of their employee. And it's a win-win situation because they're retaining their own workforce at TACIR, and the corporate child care facility is able to retain their staff. So I did want to speak to a little bit about that employer model.
Councilman, for a brief response.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hear you on that. I think your situation is going to be is that Tennessee wants to be built on small business too, and the reality is what do you do for the small business employer that has 40 to 60 employees and not the infrastructure of TACIR? Would be my pushback on that, and I think that's going to be your problem to solve because that's where it's always the cracks fall.
Thank you, Councilman. No, we have to move on, but thank you. Representative Parkson has patiently waited.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just briefly, the biggest complaints that I receive from child care centers in Memphis is that the process for getting licensed is difficult and arduous, and not enough grant funds are available for operation and staff. And lastly, to my colleague's point, Representative Williams, I think they would like to see some type of collaboration or better communication or something, between the Department of Human Services this time, not education, but DHS and the fire marshals, because that is becoming problematic with getting these centers open. So do you have anything for that in making the process easier for opening up centers?
Thank you for the question. So we did, as I was speaking to, our pre-licensure unit that did launch in August of 21. And that unit really helps with as soon as someone raises their hand and says, I would like to open a facility, they walk them through the process. And a lot of that is helping them understand those local codes and zonings, because that's where we see are sometimes the largest barriers. We have been partnering with Commerce and Insurance and the State Fire Marshal to try to make it more uniformed and consistent across the state, to where the fire marshal, the state fire marshal, is now going to go in and do the initial inspections so that they're not looking at the local inspection for that opening. So that is helping promote that consistency statewide. But our team works with them and understanding what the rules are, and understanding that, they offer them the Small Business Academy because childcare is a business, and they need to understand that because they need to have plans for ongoing sustainability, to where they're not offsetting the costs to the families as well. But the team is very specialized. They walk them through that process from beginning to end. And someone's going to come to us at a different place. I heard about, sometimes it can take up to a year and a half. If they're just now starting to explore the process and haven't even obtained a location, then there are going to be longer periods of time that it takes for someone to open. So we feel like we have, because of this very focused process, we're able to support them. And that's why we were successful in opening 22,000 new slots this past year.
Thank you very much. Voted too. We'll come back to you now.
That's fine. No problem, Chairman. I'll try to speed through this very quickly. One particular item, Ms. Hicks, raised the staffing issue, and I would like staff to kind of look at comparing this particular sector with some of the other service industry sectors, because whatever panel we're hearing on TACIR, we're hearing about EMS staffing shortage, waste, collection, nursing, law enforcement. All of the service sector industries seem to be stressed, and so I would like some type of comparative analysis. Then another issue that I would like to just throw out there, and both of these two issues I'm going to mention are for Misty and Gwen. There's a lot of pushback on the regulation, but when we're dealing with the vulnerable, whether it's aging or children, there are these very high expectations from both government, the political side, the public side, the liability, legal side. And so we're kind of in a box of how far we can move. But with the aging issue, we have moved from these congregate settings and nursing homes back to encouraging senior adults to stay in their home, and we provide all of these services to keep them there as long as they can. And, we're even looking at legislative changes or maybe some discussions at the aging level for how to do small group home type care situation. And so my big important question here is, we've got to look at the children just like we're looking at the seniors. Do they do better mentally, physically, health, sickness, developmentally in smaller settings in terms of that early learning or that early childhood care? And so, from there, maybe our TACIR group can look at, well, what are some good recommendations if we can answer that question? And then also, you all mentioned, private and church related. I would like the staff to make sure that we get that information. How many church related, how many school related, how many private industries are in this business. My mom ran a daycare many years ago. When I was a teenager, I worked in the daycare over the summer. And at that time, I have a strong recollection that she was competing against franchises. And there were a lot of daycare franchises that were out there. And I'm wondering what was the cause for their disappearance. And maybe they are out there in other areas of the state. Maybe they're not there in rural areas anymore, and that's why I don't see them. Is it because the federal government expanded Head Start? Is there some other reason? Is that one of the causes? I don't know. I mean, I don't know the system. I don't know if there's a voucher system or if that just specifically goes in one direction. But that's all I have.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the panelists' comments and members' questions that reflect the seriousness of this debate. I think we've all learned a lot today, and we also learned there's a lot more work that needs to be done. If you don't mind, members, it's been recommended that we go straight to the district attorney staffing panel, which would mean that we will give up the 10-minute break and take up the Senate bill update 2487 later. We have several district attorneys general here that we're starting to run out of time before the lunch hour. We wanted to get them heard. And thank you again, panelists, on the child care debate. And we can get Mr. Strickland up here. I thought we'd have a revolt when I said we were doing away with the 10 minutes, but I appreciate that. So, and while we're getting here, we're glad to see Executive Waters has joined us. We're glad to see you here as always. Yeah. What did he say?
That's what we just said. We need the panel tabs for, we're going right to the DA panel. We're running out.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And good morning again. As the Commission may recall, a bill arose earlier this year that would have stipulated that in municipal courts with concurrent jurisdiction, district attorneys would only be required to prosecute cases when the city provided funding for a sufficient number of assistant DAs. The DA would also have sole discretion to determine how many additional staff would be sufficient. The House version of the bill passed, but in the Senate, the bill was referred to the Commission for further study. That study request did not come with a statutory deadline, but under the research plan, a draft report is anticipated in January of next year. At issue in the study is DA staffing in municipal courts. Municipal courts in Tennessee generally only hear cases related to, to violations of municipal ordinances, but there are some municipal courts that also have what's called concurrent jurisdiction with general sessions courts, meaning they are able to hear certain types of cases related to state law. According to the best data available from the Tennessee Municipal League and the Municipal Technical Advisory Service, 21 cities currently operate municipal courts of concurrent jurisdiction, while another 2 have the authority to operate such courts but are not currently exercising it. And you can find a map of these cities attached to the memo behind tab 7. While 13 of the 21 cities with active municipal courts of concurrent jurisdiction do appear to provide some type of funding for assistant DA staff, others do not. Tennessee statute, specifically Tennessee Code Annotated, section 87103, says that DAs must prosecute cases in municipal courts of concurrent jurisdiction when the municipality, quote, provides sufficient personnel. But the interpretation of the statute and whether it includes funding assistant DAs came under question in a recent court case in West Tennessee, which is now under appeal. For today's panel, the Commission will hear from 4 stakeholders on concerns around the staffing of municipal courts with concurrent jurisdiction. I would also note that a 5th panelist, John Eskew, a specialist in municipal courts at MTAS, was also invited but was unable to be here because of a prior commitment. But of the panelists here today, we have Mike Donovan, Deputy Director of Legal Services and Policy with the Tennessee District Attorney's General Conference, Judge Dean Dedman, Municipal Court Judge with General Sessions Jurisdiction in Dyersburg, Patrick Froeg, Executive Director, Tennessee District Public Defenders Conference, and Martin Granum, City Manager of the City of Red Bank.
Hello and good morning. Thank you for having me. I'm Mike Donovan. I'm the Deputy Executive Director for Legal Services and Policy for the Tennessee District Attorney's General Conference. I'm joined today in the committee hearing room by our Executive Director, Steve Crump, and our Deputy Executive Director for Operations, Brittany Lavalle. Obviously, we're coming today as a result of Senate Bill 2054, in which we worked with Senator Jackson to draft to clarify the statutory meaning of the 2 words, sufficient personnel. That's really what we're all here about today, is what constitutes sufficient personnel provided by a municipality to a district attorney for the purposes of prosecuting state law violations in municipal courts that have concurrent general sessions criminal jurisdiction. As Mr. Strickland said, that matter has been interpreted by a trial court in Gibson County and is now on appeal in the Tennessee Court of Appeals, and the district attorneys are represented by General Scrimeti in that. And ultimately, the Court of Appeals will, I suppose, give us a further definition or determination about what sufficient personnel means. But we're here obviously today to say that the reason for the bill and the reason ultimately for us discussing this is that district attorneys and assistant district attorneys across the state carry very heavy caseloads. And in those districts that have municipal courts with concurrent jurisdiction, there needs to be a clarification and an understanding about municipalities' responsibility to fund or provide resources for assistant DAs or other prosecutorial personnel. Currently in Tennessee, the average caseload per year of an assistant district attorney is 1,700 cases per year. That is remarkably higher than many states contiguous to us and around the country. And district attorneys are already constitutionally and statutorily required, obviously, to staff and to prosecute criminal violations in the juvenile courts, the general sessions courts, the circuit and criminal courts, and as well as more recently, specialty courts, such as veterans courts, mental health courts, drug courts, DUI courts. And so we find ourselves at this moment struggling with the ability to adequately staff municipal courts that are not providing the funding that's anticipated and we believe is clear by the plain meaning of the statutory language, which is conditional. That is, cities don't have to engage and do not have to opt into concurrent general sessions criminal jurisdiction. But where they do, we believe the statute is clear that it indicates that they shall provide adequate resources to the prosecutor for that purpose. And that's not just an assistant district attorney, although that's the way that we worked with the Senate sponsor to draft the bill. I will tell you that in many jurisdictions, that can include victim services. And so the services of a victim witness coordinator are incredibly important and perhaps just as important as an assistant DA to prosecute the cases, because certainly we need to work with law enforcement and other witnesses, but we have to provide additional services to victims that are constitutionally based. Allocation of those resources is a discretionary measure by the elected district attorney general. And so we just don't have enough people to staff all of those courts under those circumstances where proper funding is not provided. You know, under Title 16, the legislature has determined the appropriate number of assistant DAs that will be assigned to each judicial district. And under Title 16, also the law states that anytime there's a new judicial position created in a criminal or circuit court, that there shall be an allocation for at least one additional assistant district attorney. And so that demonstrates to you, I think, the need that when we have more courts, we have to send more people to them to staff them appropriately. And so I don't want there to be any mistake here. Tennessee district attorneys very much desire and want to prosecute every violation of the state law wherever it occurs and wherever the court is convening, and more particularly wherever the victim can be served. We want to support and prosecute those cases. But we have in certain jurisdictions, as you'll hear more about, we have run to our end on that, and we're struggling to staff in those counties and cities and districts where there are multiple city courts that require the attendance of an assistant DA that may not be available otherwise. So thank you. I look forward to the panel discussion, and I'll be glad to answer any questions you have.
Chairman Yeager, thank you, and Commissioners. My name is Dean Dedman. I am the Municipal Court Judge for Dyersburg, Tennessee. We're over on the West Coast. I maintain municipal court jurisdiction, which means that I hear ordinance violations and some traffic citations. And then I also maintain General Sessions criminal jurisdiction, which means that I hear state court misdemeanor violations as well as felony violations that originate in the city of Dyersburg. We're in the 29th Judicial District, which is comprised of Dyer and Lake counties. And I'm here today, I think, to answer any questions you all may have about courts that serve with these dual type jurisdictions. As you heard, I didn't really realize how rare we were until I got asked to be on this panel. We're one of only 21 cities in the state that exercise that jurisdiction. And I will tell you that in our community, I don't think that we could do it without what we provide to our community, and by that I mean I think that were it not for our city court with concurrent criminal jurisdiction, General Sessions jurisdiction, then we would have to have another division of General Sessions, and we avoid that in our county for that reason. So I'm here to answer those questions and glad to be here to do so. Thank you.
And thank you, Judge. Our next panelist, Mr. Frog, you're recognized.
Is it on now? Hi, I think you heard me. I'm Patrick Frog, I'm with the Public Defenders. I'll echo what General Donovan said about resources. You know, last year there was a nationwide study of public defender caseloads by the RAND Corporation, and Tennessee was one of the highest caseloads per public defender, if not the highest. I also believe General Donovan about the district attorney's caseloads, and he and I were talking before this panel. We kind of wish everybody could walk into a sessions court in their district just to see what it's like. The defendants certainly don't feel like they have enough access to their lawyers. The victims, in my opinion, don't feel like they have enough access to the district attorneys general. We're all spread pretty thin. And when you add a municipal court, you might not add cases. Those cases might have been prosecuted as well, but you move a location, and sometimes in conflicting days. And for us, that means, and for them, I assume, that means you've got to now split up personnel because you've got to have lawyers to prosecute the case and you've got to have lawyers to defend the case. I'm not an expert on transporting and all the things the sheriff's departments go through to deal with that, but I assume that's an issue as well. So I don't have any earth-shattering news here. I'm here to answer questions, but I will say every time we add a court without staffing it, it makes us take our already overwhelming caseloads and just split them. So now we've got lawyers running all over the county trying to staff these courtrooms, and we're just not able to do it. That's all I've got, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Martin Branham, City Manager of Red Bank.
Good morning, Commission members. Good morning, Commission members. Red Bank takes our General Sessions concurrent jurisdiction court mission very seriously. And here are a few highlights. Our clerks are pursuing credentialing through Municipal Technical Advisory Service. We are upgrading our court enterprise software. We offer community service days for those who fail to appear. And we work with all participants, including the assistant district attorneys and public defenders, all participants, to provide an efficient, safe, accessible court system. All participants in Red Bank Court can park a few steps away from the courtroom, process through security in minutes, be seen in the court with our brisk docket, step into the lobby, and pay any fines and fees and be on their way, at least for most participants. All participants in the system, including the ADA, benefit from Red Bank's commitment to excellent court service delivery. Here's an example on the victim side. This past Monday, there were six victims in our court. All 6 of them had the chance to speak directly to the ADA about their situation. On the defendant side, we're as flexible as can be, including rescheduling court appearances when possible to avoid a failure to appear, a payment counter that is open late into the afternoon, going the extra mile to expunge records and restore driver's licenses, and we work with defendants and their families on payment plans. As a city, we are focused on court excellence. Now I'll get directly to my point. There is no incremental additional prosecution demand because of Red Bank's general session jurisdiction. We are adjudicating state crimes at the misdemeanor and preliminary hearing level, which would be prosecuted by the district attorney anyway, if we did not have a concurrent jurisdiction court. Why Red Bank should pay for an ADA to do the job they would do anyway is not clear. Currently, our court costs exceed revenues by $89,000 a year. That shortfall alone adds just under 3 cents onto our property tax rate. To remedy that shortfall, we are doing everything we can to recover costs. Indeed, our court revenues are up $54,000 last year due to the efforts of our deputy court clerk, who made it a priority to call those who fall behind in payment and work on a payment plan. Follow-up works. And clearly, there is value to having concurrent general session jurisdiction, especially to Red Bank victims and Red Bank police officers. But if the costs to the city grow, as this legislation indicates, the Red Bank Commission will most certainly take a fresh look at the costs and benefits of exercising concurrent jurisdiction, especially given our proximity to the county courthouse just a short drive away. We have an excellent relationship with our district attorney and her team of assistant district attorneys. Indeed, she has told me we'll have a conversation should this legislation pass. That tells me she will be reasonable. But it also tells me there will be a bill for Red Bank to pay. Given the great pressure on local government revenue for every organization, while our DA may be reasonable, it's my expectation that ultimately counties will insist that municipalities pay the full measure of costs allowed by statute to be passed on to the municipalities. And they do have an idea how this legislation might be remedied from my perspective if that comes up in Q&A later. Thank you for the opportunity to share Red Bank's view on this issue.
Are there questions for the panelists? Questions? Who was first? What ladies first today? Okay, Mayor Frank.
Just real quickly, I kind of look at this like consolidated dispatch, and I'm looking at the map of the concurrent jurisdiction courts, and I'm wondering if the majority of the state of Tennessee doesn't do this, including some of the metro areas where it might make sense. Would the easiest remedy to the ongoing litigation be for the legislature to end concurrent courts And I just kind of look at it the same thing as consolidated dispatches. Some of the reasons, I can see make sense even in my own county, but some of it is just about political fiefdoms. And I'm wondering from an efficiency standpoint, does this truly make sense? Should it be on the state of Tennessee to fund? The reality is, you can say it suits their workload or it should already be included in the cost of doing business for attorney generals, but I don't think so. I mean, I look at it from a pretrial standpoint. We're sending pretrial staff, to a different court in Oak Ridge as an example. Also at the courthouse, you're increasing the size of your clerk staff. There are all of these costs from transportation. If the big county like Knox County can do it all in one location, why are we allowing that in the rest of the state of Tennessee? And so that's just kind of my comment, if anybody wants to comment.
Yes, ma'am, I'll comment. In the case of Hamilton County, there are 4 cities that exercise concurrent jurisdiction, and it's Collegedale, East Ridge, Saudi Daisy, and Red Bank. And they offer court 1 day a week. And so essentially, the Hamilton County would have to grow by a full court. I believe there's a value add to the 4 cities that do a great job, in my opinion, in this space, providing the service delivery. Again, I emphasize the victims, the proximity to their residents, and the agencies, the law enforcement agencies, where it's significantly more convenient to attend court in your area of jurisdiction. But I think there would be a significant workload shift from these 4 cities to Hamilton County if those 4 cities were to suddenly get out of the general session concurrent jurisdiction. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Senator Yarborough.
Sure. Thank you. Appreciate this topic, and I think it's been super helpful. If I'm going to call on good old Judge Edmond here. What is the real value? I mean, for places that don't have municipal courts, and that's a lot of places in the state, what is the real value that's provided, and how have you seen staffing difficulties? And then I don't know who the best person to address this in the panel is, but I mean, I think it seems like there's some variation in practice amongst the cities that do this as to whether they provide funding or not. And I mean, if the judge, if you can let us know what happens in Dyersburg, and then if we can hear what the differences are out there, because it seems like we might just have to tweak what that is as opposed to do something too dramatic here.
So, Senator, thank you. Senator's from my hometown, so he knows me pretty well, I think, from our past knowledge of our families. Let me say this. So, and I think this dovetails into what Mayor Frank asked as well to an extent. So what I will tell you is that if the city of Dyersburg did not have or did not exercise General Sessions criminal jurisdiction in its city court, we would definitely have a second division of General Sessions in Dyer County. And so so if your idea is this duplicative, I don't think it's duplicative. I think it's pay me now, pay me later. But to also extend to what your question is as well, our town is one of the 13 that just voluntarily has come up with a methodology. To make this even more complicated in Dyer County, we have 2 courts of the city of New Bern and the city of Dyersburg both have courts that have concurrent jurisdiction, General Sessions and municipal jurisdiction. And our very wise DA who we had when I first started practicing law, a guy named Phil Bivens, who's no longer alive, Phil just basically went to all of the stakeholders and said this: everybody needs to contribute on some level. And it was easy to see for us. The reason it was easy to see for us, and so you understand that division, city of Dyersburg, I think we contribute about 80% to an ADA. The city of New Bern contributes about 20% to an ADA, and so our towns fund that position for that extra person. And what that allows, I think, us to do is not have that other layer of of general sessions that we would otherwise have to have and maintain to be able to effectively do that. So I understand the logic is this duplicative? I don't think it's duplicative. You're going to have to do it regardless. It is, are you going to have two divisions of one court, but you're going to have to provide the services one way or the other. And especially when you consider that with constitutional rights and the rights to hearings in certain periods of time, I think that's even more so to bear.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
I can add to maybe the second part of your question, Senator Yarbrough. So first, I think to Mayor Frank's point, in every county in this state and every judicial district, the central apparatus of the district attorney's office is centered around typically the criminal court building where general sessions, juvenile, and criminal courts reside. All of the assistant DAs, all of the victim witness coordinators, the criminal investigators, the paralegals, the legal secretaries, all of that apparatus is right there ready to serve everyone. And you're right, whether it's charged in Red Bank or whether it's charged in General Sessions Court in Hamilton County, General Womp's going to prosecute it. But as Mr. Frog said quite astutely, it's about location. When you disperse those into multiple courtrooms around that county out from that central base, you are creating more cost and more time on the road to send an assistant DA or a victim witness coordinator out into 4 other courtrooms when it could be accomplished at where all the apparatus is already present. Judge Dedman is correct. The Dyersburg and New Bern courts fund an assistant DA at about the tune of $90,000 per year. That works. That's an agreement. That follows, in our mind, the legislative intent of the original statute that says that the city shall provide sufficient personnel. That's all we're asking for, is that the municipalities follow the law as we believe it's interpreted. In Madison County, in the city of Jackson provides General Pickens with one assistant DA for that city court and has been doing so since 1996. That's a city employee attorney who is assigned and deputized and works at the discretion and direction of General Pickens. That seems to work. In Shelby County, the cities of Germantown, Bartlett, and Collierville all each provide General Mulroy with part-time assistant DAs funded generally between $25,000 and $35,000 per year. So to your point, Senator Yarbrough, there's not a one-size-fits-all way to do this, although that's the way we drafted the bill that Senator Jackson ran and that brought us all here to this table. But we had to set a baseline somewhere. What is an adequate prosecutorial resource to send someone out to prosecute in city court? Well, we said it's at least an entry-level ADA. But I would tell you that General Womp would probably say that it's also a victim witness coordinator. And so various municipalities, 13 out of 21 in this state, who provide resources to the DA have worked it out by agreement, by part-time work, by sufficient other personnel. And so there are different models. And so all we're saying is if we're going to staff these courts outside of where the central apparatus is located, then we need those resources, and that's what the statute says.
Mayor Brown.
There we go. Thank you. And I may have some things wrong here, so bear with me. But I think I'm seeing both sides, and I was a little confused going into this discussion, but I think I have some clarity. And our city does not have concurrent courts. But I can understand the concern about kind of a wide open determination of what sufficient personnel is, because a city kind of needs to know what their burden might be. I would also have the perspective that should concurrent courts be ended or abandoned by cities, that burden shifts, so that cost exists, right? And then finally, and this is a question because I'm probably one of the lesser experienced people here, what is the precedent when it comes to ongoing cases and its relationship to legislation being considered? And that would be it.
Would any particular panelists like to address Mayor Brown's questions? Please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mayor. I can speak to the costs that the 4 cities in Hamilton County incur. That is a shortfall. In Collegedale, it's $47,900 shortfall. In East Ridge, it's $100,000 shortfall. Saudi Daisy, it's $200,000 shortfall. And in Red Bank, it's $89,000 shortfall. So those are our current year numbers of, you might say, the courts are operating in the red. And additionally, I wanted to speak to the level of support that does come from these municipalities. And I'm speaking about those 4, all 4, including Red Bank. Each city provides a courtroom, judges, court clerks, assistant clerks, bailiffs, security, in addition to in-kind support, such as use of the facility, technology, and transport. So all of the direct costs are causing us to operate already, in this shortfall. In the case of Red Bank, $89,000 a year. And that does not include the in-kind use of the facility and those support that we provide. So I think the case that I would make is that the cities are really doing everything that they can afford to do to provide this service to the residents of the municipalities where the victims reside for the most part, and where the law enforcement professionals are there, who are necessary participants, obviously.
I appreciate the City of Red Bank's court. I spoke to the district public defender about that very court yesterday, and he's a fan. And they have lots of those. I thought there were 5. I'm counting Lookout Mountain as a court in Chattanooga, but maybe they're not concurrent. But his sort of general idea was, look, the problem is anybody that wants to open one of these courts, nobody ever figures the cost of the lawyers. They think of the cost of the judge. They think of the cost of victim witness coordinators occasionally, although probably not as often as you need. They find a space, they figure out a clerk's apparatus, and then they leave it to my agency to figure out how to split our people up. And so that's really the only point I have here today. And I'm not even particularly arguing that a county or the city of Red Bank should fund it, but it needs to be funded. It's above my pay grade who funds it. But to continue to incentivize, and I understand those courts are operating in the red, I think that's, well, based on rumor and speculation, I'm not sure that's true statewide, that these can be revenue generators, but they put the cost on us. And we just sort of have to figure it out. And then hopefully it's a good legislative year and we can add a position or 2 during the session. But that's, the cost of the law, when you think about funding a court, it has to include the cost of the personnel who are practicing in that court. Thank you.
There we go. To further expand and perhaps offer some additional thoughts on that, remember that concurrent general sessions criminal jurisdiction for cities is optional. They don't have to be in this business. If it's costing them money, they can close up shop and refer everybody, their officers and everybody down to the general sessions court where all of these cases are being handled otherwise. This is an option. And the statute says that where you exercise that option, you shall provide sufficient prosecutorial resources for that purpose. I would also say that, I think that if ultimately municipal courts were to get out of this business or go away with this jurisdiction, it would increase the cost to the county, but I think it would also increase the cost to the state because we would be coming back to the General Assembly under Title 16 and saying we need this many more ADAs. All right. So as the dockets grow, as the specialty courts grow, perhaps as the criminal offenses themselves grow in different statutory ways, we are tasked with enforcing those laws and providing constitutional rights and services to victims. And so whether, as I understand it, it's about a 9-minute drive from Red Bank to Chattanooga. I don't know. What's more effective and efficient, to have the Red Bank police officer drive to Chattanooga or have the assistant DA drive to Red Bank? I don't know. But I will tell you that, again, this is not required by law. This already exists. The judge, the security, the bailiff, the clerk, the courtroom, the parking lot already exist at the General Sessions Courthouse. To your last question, the General Assembly often crafts legislation to address issues that are being litigated or have been litigated. I'll leave it to this body whether they think that's appropriate to consider at this time in light of a pending legal matter in the Court of Appeals. Ultimately, we think we'll get an answer from them as well.
So I echo something that Mr. Frog said just a few moments ago, and that is how this gets paid for is above my pay grade. I don't know how that happens, but I want to tell you why I think it's fairly important that a town like Dyersburg maintain a court with a concurrent jurisdiction. And I say this to you, I'm 2 minutes from the jail. My office is 2 minutes from the jail. The jail is 2 minutes from the police department. It's 2 minutes from... All of it's real close, okay? Here's the real practical issue that we have. So in 2011, and I'm taking this from my officers who've relayed this to me. In 2011, my officers relayed to me that the folks at our local Walgreens told us that we sold more pseudoephedrine than any other Walgreens in the nation. I don't know if that's right or not, but I do know this, okay? We're at the intersection of Highway 412, I-155 and 51, and they are major drug corridors. I talk about this with our police chief all the time. Everybody's like, why do we have so much crime? We have so much crime because we have so many people running drugs up and down these roads. And so what I'm not trying to... The thing that I guess I want to convey is how important I think it is to, in our county, all right, to at least have one more court with general sessions criminal jurisdiction, because but for that, I think we definitely have at least one and potentially two more divisions of general sessions when you consider that we have that. So that's the issue that we have, at least at this point. It's just... And our population center is the largest population center in the county, which probably means, I don't know this for sure, we probably move more general sessions criminal cases than our general sessions criminal court does, regardless. So that's the only other point I point out.
Thank you. I show one more member wishing to speak. That's Mr. Peach. And just a quick note, we will be breaking for lunch after this panel. When we come back, we will go ahead and go to our scheduled panel that's supposed to start at 1 o'clock since they'll be arriving. And then we will hear tab 6 on the school-based services out of order at the end of the meeting because Dr. Owen's not going anywhere. So, was there another? Oh, okay, very good. So we'll hear from Mr. Peach and then Clerk Gaither, and then if there are no other questions. All right, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed you, Mayor. Very good. Mr. Peach.
Oh, there we go. I could talk for hours on this, but I won't, and I know that y'all appreciate that. I think what's led us here is just the fear of there not being some reasonableness associated with this. I think, one, yes, it is an option for cities to do this. However, it's a little oversimplified. If you want to not have concurrent jurisdiction anymore, it's generally going to take a charter change. It's going to take a referendum. It's going to take a lot of those things to do that. So it's not just like you can up and decide one day to do that. Secondly, we've been lucky in Smyrna, which we do have concurrent jurisdiction. We have a great relationship with General Jones, and we have an agreement to handle that. We have court generally with the DAs 1 day a week, maybe half a day on another day. And so I guess the fear is, should the city taxpayers fund a full-time DA that's going to be somewhere else for 4 days? And so I think that's the fear, is you say you need to fund a DA's position, but if they're only there 1 day a week, 4 days a month, should the city taxpayers fund for them being at the county when they're already paying county taxes, state tax? Just my thoughts.
And that's precisely the issue, obviously, that came up in the litigation and is being litigated now in the Court of Appeals, is what does the term sufficient prosecutorial resources mean? And as I told Senator Yarbrough, several other jurisdictions have crafted agreements with the district attorneys to meet those needs in a part-time basis or a limited funding basis or a partial basis. And so as we drafted this legislation with Senator Jackson, we felt like we needed to specifically define and set a baseline for what that should be. But then we also added some additional language regarding the discretion of the district attorney to make those determinations. And so we agree with you. And I think that every district attorney in Tennessee would be willing to be reasonable in assessing the needs of the municipality, the time and commitment of the assistant DA or other staff, and hopefully arriving in a reasonable agreement. We're at this point now because there was not a reasonable agreement, at least in one jurisdiction.
Mr. Frog?
Yeah, just to thank you for that, but also to say, you know, that one day in court is not the sum total of either the district attorney or the public defender's work. And so I just wanted to stop there and sort of put a little marker there to say the court is the end game. You know, that's when a prepared lawyer on their side and a prepared lawyer walks in on my side. But before that, there's been meetings with our clients, investigation of the case. With them, it's, you know, meeting with the police officers, meeting with the victims and all that. So I take your point, and your point's valid, but just to say it's not one day of court, that's not the job. One day of court is sort of the end of that.
Mr. Peach, a follow-up?
Just, you want to say, just respectfully, as a retired law enforcement officer, it's an attorney now, before general sessions, before a preliminary hearing, the only thing I ever remember as even a 10-year detective was 10 minutes prior to the court date. So I don't think it's not like circuit to me.
Clerk Gaither?
So we currently have 21 concurrent jurisdictions that are serving, and out of those municipalities, what fees, court fines, and what are you retaining? Is the municipalities retaining any of those funds that, in other words, the general sessions or circuit court clerk would keep? Are the municipalities keeping any of those funds?
Ma'am, I can speak to that. We do. Some of it is remitted to the state. And the sum total of what we retain still winds up being $89,000 a year short of our cost to run the court as we encounter the costs now. So if we were to be given a bill for an assistant district attorney, that would make our $89,000 shortfall grow potentially significantly if it's an entire assistant district attorney, as the legislation indicates is possible. And as Mr. Froggy is pointing out, there are other players in the court process that are equally in need of funding. So my concern from the city's perspective is if there's a bill for us to pay on the district attorney side, it's not a very far leap of logic to assume that there's likely going to be a bill to pay on the public defender side as well. And that's just a great concern. We just don't really have the resource. The revenues, the fines and fees that come in are completely inadequate to actually cover the costs that we encounter to run the court. Thank you, ma'am.
Judge Dedman?
So, yes, the city keeps a lot of money and remits a lot of money back to the state, and it's not, so I think in our community it's a moneymaker. And I think I would be remiss to say otherwise. And I also think that is why our district attorneys a long time ago went and worked out an arrangement whereby one of our towns pays about 80% because we've got about, I'm in court 4 days a week. And so, and New Bern has court 1 day a week. And so we carry 80% of the load, and New Bern carries 20% of the load, and we fund that other position. And that's just the way it came. Again, I don't, I echo again Mr. Froge's statement that that's all, how it gets paid for is above my pay grade, but I think everybody be remiss to not know that it's a money generator. As a matter of fact, that's one of the things that I sort of struggle with internally as a judge. We're taking, I understand who acted out, I understand they are charged, but one of the things that I have to think about on a routine basis is we're collecting fees from people who are have the least ability to be able to satisfy those things. And so I think about those things routinely, but yes, it is a moneymaker in our community.
Thank you. Mayor Waters.
Yeah, there's just a quick question, and this is for any of you. I know in municipal courts in our area, the city attorney is there to prosecute cases for municipal issues. And so the city attorney is there every time they have municipal court to do that. And there may be, and probably are, issues with concurrent jurisdiction, but could there be a avenue for a city attorney to have concurrent jurisdiction to prosecute if you have a general sessions court? Because they're already there. You already have the infrastructure, and I assume the is it on? I assume you have your city attorney there prosecuting the municipal issues, and there may be something that prevents that. I'm just asking if that is thinking outside the box, and if that might be a possibility to have that city attorney also fulfill that role.
So I'm going to let General Donovan add on to this too. But what I will tell you in our community, so one of my days every week, I attend to traffic citations and city ordinance violations. And on that day where I'm dealing with those city ordinance violations, the city attorney's office comes just that day. They're not geared, these people don't practice criminal law because those citations are all civil in nature. They're not criminal in nature. And so I don't mean that derogatorily towards our city attorney. They just do not practice criminal law. So they're not handling these kinds of matters. What we're talking about in terms of the folks that come and handle the rest of the days for me, they're all assigned and or have been sworn in by our local district attorney's office and are there to prosecute either misdemeanors or commence felony charges in our court. Our city attorney's office is not prepared to be able to do that.
That's exactly right. So what you've proposed, Mayor, is at least possible legally in the sense that if the city attorney, if the city were willing to allow the city attorney to be specially designated and sworn in as a special assistant DA by the district attorney, he or she would then take their direction and supervision by the district attorney general and would serve essentially as another assistant DA. It's been my experience that most city attorneys don't operate that way. I have, in addition to previously serving as an elected DA in West Tennessee, even before that, I served as both a city attorney and a city judge in a municipal court that did not have concurrent general sessions jurisdiction. And it's been my experience that many of those dockets regarding speeding, dogs running at large, grass growing too high, noise violations, those matters don't require even a city attorney at all. Generally, the officer or the code inspector would present that evidence to the court, and the court handles that.
Experience that we have there. I know the city attorneys, every time they have court in the cities in Sevier County, are present. And the reason I know that is my daughter is a city attorney in one of the cities, and she has to be present every time they have city court.
All right, I see no further members wishing to be recognized. I want to thank our panelists again for being here today. A lot of excellent information for staff to chew on. I'm sure they'll be reaching back out to several of you for additional information. And again, thank you. We will be recessing until 1 o'clock when our next panel will be starting. And again, you may leave your material here, of course.
So you turn it on.
So we have to do it each
Okay.
time.
That means I'm talking?
Yeah.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for staying with us. We will go to tab 8 now as we start the post-lunch session of the TACIR. And I'd like, it's on Public Chapter 937, the Acts of 2024. And Ms. Jennifer Arizate is the research associate who will introduce the panel, and we'll get started.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, Commission members. As previously mentioned, my name is Jennifer Arizate, and I'll be introducing today's panel on youth vaping. You can find a copy of a memo under tab 8, and staff will be presenting a draft report at our next meeting. In response to Public Chapter 937, Acts of 2024, the Commission was directed to study the effects of vaping and the use of all vapor products by those under the age of 21. This study was to include, but not limited to, the initiation of vapor products, health outcomes, enforcement of underage sales, best practices to address usage on school grounds, taxation, and the access to cessation services and products. Staff was also to identify prevalence of vaping for those under the age of 21, and this was to include demographic and usage trends. As part of the staff's research, several key stakeholders were identified who were knowledgeable about youth vaping. Our panel today includes the following: Sarah Adair, Government Relations Director for Tennessee with the American Heart Association; Dr. Ralph Alvarado, Commissioner of the Tennessee Department of Health; Daniel Gillis, President of the Tennessee Smoke-Free Association; Emily Leroy, Executive Director of the Tennessee Fuel and Convenience Store Association, along with Sally Edwards-Darnell, Chief Marketing Officer of South Tennessee Oil Company, and Lori Paisley, Assistant Commissioner of Coordinated School Health with the Tennessee Department of Education. My mistake. 3 major tobacco companies were also identified during staff research as having FDA-approved vapor products, and staff has reached out to those companies. Representatives from Altria, RJ Reynolds, and Japan Tobacco International were invited to participate, but were not able to be here with us today. If we could please hold all our questions until the panelists may introduce themselves, that would be great. And that is all for me, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, and I'd be remiss if I didn't say we're asking our panelists to limit their remarks, try to limit your remarks to 5 minutes, and on the questions sometimes where let's try to employ smart brevity in those answers. And with that said, we'll turn to Ms. Sarah Adair with the American Heart Association. Sarah.
Hi, everyone, and thank you for having me and conducting this study. My name is Sarah Adair. I'm the Government Relations Director for the state of Tennessee with the American Heart Association. I also just want to express a gratitude to the legislative members on this committee, because this wouldn't happen without their support in passing the legislation that was just mentioned. While I represent AHA here today, we could not invite all of the nonprofits that have been part of this and encouraging this kind of research. So if we don't mind, since I only have 4 minutes, I'm going to hurry. We have, today we have Shannon Baker here. She represents the Lung Association. We have Kristen Jemison here representing the Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids. And you probably recognize in the audience, but we have Jamie Kent here, who is from our Smoke-Free Tennessee Coalition. Other entities would be the Cancer Society, Americans for Non-Smoker Rights, and the Prevention Alliance of Tennessee. So what I'm presenting, I hope you understand, is a combination of all of those groups. I wanted to start with Tennessee passed a law a few years ago to increase the legal age limit for sales of tobacco products, and that was to increase it to 21. Because we have seen an increase in so many of our youth, those under 21, still having access to tobacco products, it shows that this law is not being followed. So that was our main concern, and we we helped initiate this study because of lawmakers who were asking us for advice, particularly related to how to handle the vaping on school grounds, how to enforce it, and how to address it with proper procedures. And we also found that several lawmakers had suggestions as to how would we find funds to help schools and others provide programs to help people quit smoking, and also prevention with programs like the Department of Health. I'm here today. I've given you a lot of information in your packet, so I'm really here to serve as a resource, as well as just letting you know that we have suggestions and model policies that have been proven across the country to have positive results. So I know that I talk a lot. Those on the committee know that I talk a lot, so I'm going to go ahead and be quiet, pass it on to the rest of the panel, but I do hope that in the discussion, if you have questions, I can answer them about those policies.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do I get her extra time that left over? I'll be happy to add that to my time.
You know, I'm loath to tell a commissioner no.
All right, very good. I like that response, sir. Well, it's great to be with you all. Thank you all for taking the time. I think this is a very important topic. And obviously in the Department of Health, we're going to have a lot of our views on what vaping is, what it does, harms. I think we've also got some historical perspective. I'm a pediatrician, as many of you know, so I've had a chance to watch vaping when it came on the scene in the United States back around 2007, 2008. And I think we've got an opportunity that we're hearing a lot of the same terminology used by some, but that we've got a lot more data to show that some of that perhaps is not the most accurate thing. So let's start off with some prevalence of vaping and some statistics. In 2021, 40% of high school students in Tennessee reported having experimented with vaping, and 20% reported being current users of vaping products. Youth in Tennessee used e-cigarettes at more than 2 times the rate of adults, which is about 9.1% in 2021. And since 2015, vapes have been the most common tobacco product used by high school students in Tennessee. The youth vaping rate has remained unchanged since 2015 for us. But again, some of the kids and some of the stories I've had to go to every county in the state, we've got 3rd and 4th graders who are using vaping products, and the effects on a young brain of what that can have is actually daunting. Youth experiment with and continue to vape in response to lots of things. Part of it's towards tobacco industry targeted marketing. The Juul lawsuit is part of the results of that. Availability of a lot of appealing flavors. Most youth who use e-cigarettes first started with flavored products. 90% of youth who currently vape use a flavored product of some sort, things like cotton candy, tutti frutti flavors, desserts, other sweets, mint and menthol. And I think when we came out with this product, it was initially touted as helping people get off of cigarettes. As a physician, I heard that. I had plenty of older adults who, hey, this might be an opportunity. Not too many 70-year-olds are going to be interested in cotton candy and in tutti frutti flavors. A lot of this is targeted to a younger audience and to a younger population. A lot of social influences are part of this. There's also a lot of misperceptions of harm. I'm going to quote some studies and some current data that we have. When this first came out, a lot of the narrative was harm reduction, that it's going to help reduce harm in people. We've got now about 15 to 20 years of data, internationally and nationally, on what this has done and what the studies look like, and I'll quote some of that here in a few minutes as well. Again, very addictive properties and a high concentration of nicotine in these vape products. You know, we think of nicotine along the amount of packs of cigarettes. A lot of kids in a vape cartridge can get anywhere from 1 to 3 times or 1 to 3 packs of cigarettes worth of nicotine per cartridge. There are kids who are vaping 8 packs of cigarettes worth of nicotine per day. So you can see some of the kids and some of the issues that they have in terms of impulse control. A lot of those things, don't know if those kids are vaping or not, but with this percentage, there's a lot of concerns in that regard. We do know that we talk about harm reduction, but there's also something called harm initiation, where this is also something that's being marketed to a younger population, and they're starting something that they should have never started to begin with. And so that's often a major, major concern there. We know that it harms development of adolescence. It affects parts of the brain that control attention, learning, mood, and impulse control. It increases the risk for cough, wheezing, asthma exacerbations, and chronic bronchitis. There's a risk of poisoning. If any of you have worked in any kind of a tobacco state, I know in Kentucky as a physician, we'd see guys who'd come in the harvest, when they harvest tobacco plants, shirts off. They might have nicotine they absorb. They would come in with nicotine poisoning into the hospital. If you ingest enough of this stuff or you inhale enough of it, same kind of things can happen for you as well. There's an increased risk of severe cardiac conditions. E-cigarette users had a higher risk of myocardial infarction than those who had never smoked or had quit smoking. Injuries and burns from malfunctioning devices are an issue. There's an increased risk for future addiction to other drugs. We know that a lot of our kids are putting fentanyl, they're putting THC, different things inside of these vaping units and using it for those purposes. There's an increased stress and worsened mental health conditions that include depression and anxiety, and also associated with sleep difficulties even amongst non-daily users of these products. A lot of e-cigarette aerosol can contain substances that can be harmful to the body, including nicotine, which is obviously a very highly addictive chemical that can harm adolescent brain development, cancer-causing chemicals, heavy metals like nickel, tin, lead, tiny particles that can be inhaled deep into the lungs, and volatile organic compounds as well. We also know that in many countries they've outlawed the use of vaping. There are several countries from 2008 moving forward either have banned importation or they've banned actual production in their own countries because of the harms that these can occur. And then flavorings like diacetyl, which is a chemical linked to a serious lung condition. Also, we hear about popcorn lung, that we know when you open up when you microwave something, you open up that vapor that comes out. That's people used to inhale that in restaurants as they produce those. It caused a condition of bronchiolitis or inflammation of small airways. That same product is found in our vaping units where people are using those continually. It produces a lot of other number of dangerous chemicals like acetaldehyde, acrolein, formaldehyde. And if any of you know, formaldehyde is something we use to preserve bodies and that kind of thing. It can become a major issue. Is that giving me the hook there? Oh, almost. All right. I'll skip a lot of the policy solutions and things that I've got if you have any questions on those later on, but I do want to cover this as outcomes for a recent meta-analysis that was done looking back at this. One of the best public health stories really of the last 50 years is our success in decreasing the use of tobacco products and reducing nicotine addiction. And we're seeing much of the value of our victories diminished by increasing reliance on e-cigarettes. A recent paper published in the New England Journal of Medicine compiled and analyzed 107 studies comparing the harm of e-cigarette use relative to conventional smoking of combustible cigarettes. What the meta-analysis of these 107 studies showed was that current e-cigarette versus cigarette use were driving similar risks for morbidity across a number of different disease states. They found no difference in the risk for cardiovascular disease, for stroke, or metabolic dysfunction for individuals who use e-cigarettes versus traditional cigarettes. Again, no difference between smoking and vaping. Additionally, risks were only slightly reduced for e-cigarette users when it came to asthma, COPD, and oral disease relative to people who actually use combustible tobacco products. So when considering the potential benefits of e-cigs, researchers compared the results to someone jumping off of the 45th floor of a building versus the 50th floor of a building. You're still going to get a bad outcome. That's the harm reduction that people are going to be talking about. And furthermore, the risk for dual users, people who are using both, were increased for all outcomes relative to those who just smoke cigarettes by themselves. So in other words, individuals who smoked cigarettes and e-cigarettes were getting the insult from the cigarette and a separate insult from the e-cigarette as well, leading to higher risks of heart disease, stroke, asthma, COPD, oral disease, and people who just smoke traditional combustible cigarettes. So as we know, smoking tobacco is an enormous cancer risk behavior. Early research indicates that e-cigarettes do increase risks for certain types of cancers, and I'm sure much more of that is going to be on the way as we have more years under our belt to look back and study this. Mr. Chairman, I'll shut up now and I'll let other members kind of have their moment.
Mr. Daniel Gillis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hello, my name is Daniel Gillis, and I am the president of the Tennessee Smoke-Free Association. My wife and I opened our first store in 2014, and today we operate 3 stores in eastern Tennessee, 2 in Sevier County and 1 in Jefferson County, and we employ 15 amazing people whose daily focus is harm reduction. And I'm happy to say that we've served over 30,000 customers, and we have them in our database, and that list is growing daily. The Tennessee Smoke-Free Association is an advocacy group that was formed in 2014 to focus on promoting tobacco harm reduction while defending the access of nicotine vapor products for adults. Our members across our great state consist of consumers, retail vendors, distributors, manufacturers, and like-minded supporters of the nicotine vapor product industry. Specialty vape stores, such as those operated by the TSFA members, offer options for smokers to stop smoking combustible cigarettes, including a wide variety of products, flavors, and nicotine strengths, all the way down to 0 milligram nicotine. I would like to start this off by saying that nicotine vapor products are for adults only, and in my stores, you must be 21 or over to enter. Electronic nicotine delivery systems, or ENDS products, are essential in assisting Tennesseans who want to quit smoking combustible tobacco products. Many studies have found that these products are significantly less harmful than combustible cigarettes, and some studies concluding as much as 95% safer. The right solution for youth vaping must be one that addresses youth access and use, but allows access for adults who would otherwise turn to a traditional combustible cigarette. Some have suggested establishing a state level of registry of FDA-approved ENDS products, and the FDA is already regulating which products can and cannot be sold based on that same criteria. This is not a good solution for quite a few reasons. First, a state directory would be redundant and difficult to accurately maintain due to the constant flow of litigation and significant court rulings surrounding our products. For example, the Fifth Circuit Court recently ruled that the FDA acted unlawfully when it issued market denial orders to several PMTAs. Also, there is a constant influx of new applications that would have to be consistently updated, and this would cause tremendous financial burden on the state. Finally, a state directory would absolutely do nothing to address youth access in Tennessee. Youth access needs to be addressed at the point of sale. As an organization, we supported raising the age to purchase nicotine vapor products from 18 to 21 when the law was passed in 2020. Restricting youth access remains a top priority while protecting adult access to safer alternatives. Many bills have been filed over the years to try to address youth access in various and indirect ways. There have been efforts to ban flavors, raise taxes, etc., in Tennessee and in other states. States that have put these laws into effect have not curbed youth access, have created black markets, have had closures of business, negative economic impact, and had an increase in smoking-related illness, tobacco smoking-related illnesses. This year, the TSFA supported and continues to support legislation that would restrict the sale of nicotine vapor products to stores that require a person to be 21 years of age or older to enter. This will require the establishment to request ID upon entry from anyone who appears under the age of 30. My stores are already doing that. This bill was filed because the FDA data confirms that the vast majority of violations for underage sales occur at retail locations which are open to the public at large, regardless of age. Further, these products are commonly available at locations like convenience stores, flea markets, gas stations, gift shops, restaurants, mall kiosks, and just about anywhere you can get a license to sell products in a store. The FDA conducted over 11,000 inspections for Tennessee retailers between 2018 and 2023. FDA compliance data shows that specialty vape shops are 99.4% effective in preventing underage sales. The establishment of a license for retailers of ENDS products and additional enforcement on the current laws would also be welcomed by our members. We are across this wonderful state, north, south, east, and west. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak here today, and I would look forward to answering any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gillis. And now we'll ask Emily Leroy, who's the director of the Tennessee Fuel and Convenience Store Association, for your remarks. And I believe Sally Darnell will be making remarks with you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Commissioners. I appreciate the chance to be here today. I'm Emily Leroy. I'm the Executive Director of the Tennessee Fuel and Convenience Store Association, and I'll be splitting my time with Sally Darnell, who's a board member and a retailer in both Alabama and Tennessee. So we have a little bit of a different perspective than our fellow persons in the industry. We do support the adoption of the FDA registry. Tennessee typically adopts federal standards, and we think the FDA registry, it has had some problems in its inception, no question about that. But we think it is the best method to keep bad unregulated product out of the market here in Tennessee. A number of states have already adopted the registry, and there's certainly some good models for doing that. We envision a system that's very much like the tobacco regulation in Tennessee today. There would be a tax on vape products at the wholesale level, with the FDA registry as a governing factor on what products could be imported and sold. And this would give the Department of Revenue the ability to enforce the registry list, as well as funding enforcement. We are concerned, obviously, about minor access. Although I think the good news is that recent CDC study shows that youth usage is decreasing, but we obviously can do better. Some of you may recognize TFCA as one of the founding members of a group that got universal carding for carryout beer passed in 2006, and that now covers all carryout alcohol products as universal carding, which means you card every person for every purchase. And Tennessee has had really good success with that program. In the very first year, we reduced minor access to beer by 1/4. So there's precedent there. We would like to have a conversation about having universal carding for vape products. We think, number one, it's a deterrent. If you know you're going to be carded, you are less likely to go into a store and try. And then I think it takes the judgment call away from the clerk. You don't look at them and say, how old are you? You card everyone. So we think those are our two policy solutions in how we see going forward. We're open to working with all of the partners in this space. We're going to be very interested in hearing the results of the TACIR study. And Jennifer has been wonderful to work with, and she's doing a great job for y'all. And I'm going to turn the time over to Sally.
Oh, there you go. So I'm Sally Edwards Darnell. I'm one of the 4th generation owners of Edwards Oil Company and South Tennessee Oil Company in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. We have 39 Shell branded convenience stores that operate under the name of Quick Mart Convenience Stores. We have been operating for about 79 years, so we have a little bit of experience in this industry. We take being a responsible vendor very seriously as an operator, and so we have actually made the decision in the last year to do a $2 million training facility in Lawrence County, where all of our clerks will come to Lawrence County to be trained properly, and we have taken very seriously training and retraining on age-banded products, but also having a consistent experience for every customer as well. To Emily's point on taking that responsibility of judgment calls away, I am under 30. You might not card me, but you might. I don't know. So I think it's important to take as much responsibility away from those clerks and use products like True Age, which NACS has put forward to help us to be a little bit more regimented on how we card, and just making sure that we're carding as often as possible, and to keep that vape product out of the youth's hands.
Thank you, Ms. Darnell, and I will ask Lori Paisley, the Assistant Commissioner of the Coordinated School Health, to offer testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members, for allowing me to speak to you today about what Coordinated School Health in our schools are doing across the state in this area. Coordinated School Health has 8 interrelated components, and 2 of those are healthy school environment and health education. Our division supports our districts and schools in the health education component by equipping them to provide students with planned learning experiences that give them the opportunity to acquire information and skills needed to make healthy choices. Our current State Board of Education approved K-12 health education standards include vaping prevention standards in the K-5, 6-8, and 9-12 grade bands. Our division also supports schools and districts' annual development of coordinated school health action plans, and goals that are focused on vaping vary from reducing vaping incidents at school to increasing vaping prevention education. Districts are focused on increasing students' knowledge of the health effects associated with using vaping products, and they are offering resources to help our students quit if they are already vaping. The Youth Risk Behavior Survey, YRBS, is a biennial survey monitoring 5 categories of health-related behaviors that contribute to the leading causes of death and disability among youth, including behaviors that contribute to unintentional injuries and violence, alcohol and other drug use, which includes tobacco and vape products, unhealthy dietary behaviors, and inadequate physical activity. The purpose of the YRBS is to determine the prevalence of health behaviors, to assess whether health behaviors increase, decrease, or stay the same over time, to provide comparable national and state data, and to provide comparable data among subpopulations of youth. YRBS results are used by state and local agencies as well as non-governmental organizations to set and track progress toward meeting school health and school health promotion program goals, to support modification of school health curricula or other programs, and to seek support for new initiatives. We conduct the YRBS for our state, and in 2023, the last time we administered it, 39.3% of our high school students reported that they had used an electronic vapor product. 21.6% of our high school students reported they currently used an electronic vapor product. 7.8% of our high school students reported currently using electronic vapor products frequently, and 6.4% of our high school students reported using electronic vapor products daily. The most concerning thing that I am hearing from schools is that they are seeing younger students using vapor products. For example, in the Gibson County Special School District, 2 fourth graders were found with electronic vapor products on the playground. The coordinated school health director then taught those 2 students the curriculum she uses with older students and adapted it to their developmental level. While national data reports primarily grades K through 12, we are seeing this more often in the lower grades, unfortunately. One school district that I would like to highlight today is Bledsoe County Schools. The majority of our school districts have tobacco-free schools policies, but Bledsoe County Schools has a tobacco-free schools policy and an e-cigarette free schools policy. Last year, they had 41 students attend the in-depth program developed by the American Lung Association, which is an alternative to suspension or citation that helps schools address the youth vaping problem in a more productive and supportive way. Bledsoe County Schools had an 87.8% success rate with implementing this program. By using an alternative to suspension, they are reducing the time that students miss being in the classroom, and they are providing an interactive program that teaches students about nicotine dependence and about establishing healthy choices. Last year alone, Bledsoe County Schools district-wide health educator had 1,020 student interactions from January to May and taught 261 health education classes. Last school year, I met with the superintendent, and during our discussion, I asked him what the #1 non-academic issue affecting his students was. He asked me if he could tell me 3, and I said, of course. And he said, mental health, bullying, and vaping. And I was surprised to hear that. I know mental health is definitely an issue. Bullying is something that we're working on. But to hear him include vaping in that really spoke volumes to me. We are supporting our schools and districts and educating students and engaging and involving parents and educators, and we are grateful for the partnerships we have with our sister agencies, Tennessee Department of Health and Tennessee Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Services. At the local level, partnerships between school districts and county health councils, county prevention coalitions, and county health department health educators are actively working to educate our students and to empower them to be part of the solution. Thank you again for letting me speak, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, members, do we have any questions? Senator Campbell, you just got promoted.
Thank you. Thanks for that presentation. One thing I didn't hear in all of this is a very alarming, I think, especially when we look at the difference in Tennessee's rates. It's so alarming to hear that there are kids in 4th grade doing this. I mean, we know that this is just absolutely horrible for their health. That's an interesting list of 3 points you gave us, and that tracks with my understanding, with the caveat that I did not realize vaping was such a problem. So, but one thing I'm curious about, obviously, this has an environmental differential or a cultural differential because you can vape without getting caught. I mean, you know, there's no smoke and it's easier to vape, right? So that surely plays into the adoption of this, and to some degree. I guess I'd like to know from your perspective what kind of a role that difference is playing.
Sarah?
I don't know if you want to go down the line or not, but I've been writing today with this ink pen, and it's actually a vape. So I'd just like you to know that that's how easy it is for them to hide from schools. If you look in the packet I gave you, there's so many pictures of different vapes that you're expecting teachers to know what these look like. So I just want to make sure that you realize that it's definitely a problem that schools need help with. What she just described was actually what we would ask for them to do. I know you're going to add more.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, there's a trailer that we have in Tennessee. It's an educational trailer called Hidden in Plain Sight, which kids are not allowed to go into, but parents are. I think it's from, I believe it's by Mental Health and Substance Abuse is who has it, I believe. But I've had a chance when I've gone to some of our health departments, they had it parked in the parking lot. And so they took me through, and it was a teenager's bedroom is what it was. And it shows you all the places kids have learned to hide vaping units. They sell hoodies online where the strings that come off is a vaping unit, and they put a kid in the back and they can vape through that. They've got young ladies' feminine hygiene products, the tubes that are left over, they can hide vaping units inside of those. Legos pieces that you have for Legos fold open into vaping units. You'd be shocked. And so when you go through, you're like, wow, I never thought of that one. And I'm a pediatrician. I've seen a lot of stuff in my day, a lot of ways of people getting innovative. You can buy all those things online. So kids can go online, shop for all these kits, all these products. That's a lot of the problem that we have is with that. In terms of, we hear a lot of commentary also about, what are we doing as far as going after retailers who are breaking it? I think I just earlier today went online and found in Hendersonville, which is where I'm living at, they went into 8 stores. Only 3 were compliant. Other 5, they sent in a minor who was able to purchase vaping products from the minor, and one of them got to purchase alcohol. Police were there. They got their misdemeanor charge, and that was the extent of it. They wrote a nice article, which is in the paper, that people may or may not read. Those are concerns, I mean, as far as how much we're doing to kind of oversee this. But again, a lot of these kids, when you're starting at 3rd, 4th grade, I mean, you're starting to initiate this. We've done a very good job. If you've watched any kind of TV and you see advertisements on what combustible tobacco will do, the lady who had the tracheostomy, took the wig and her teeth out and was dying and has now died, kids saw that and go, wow, I don't want that to happen to me. And the perception is, vaping doesn't do that. It's just water and it's no big deal. But when you're putting electricity through that and inhaling formaldehyde, which is an embalming liquid, putting that in your lungs, which is a known carcinogen also, and saying this is not going to cause you any harm, again, we've produced a narrative that it's no big deal. And that narrative is from 2008. I remind people that we learn things as we go in medicine. We don't know everything there is to know about anything all at once. A pandemic has taught us that. We're going to learn from this pandemic for the next 20 years. 25 years ago, if you had heart failure and I gave you a beta blocker, it was malpractice. Today, if I don't give you the beta blocker, it's malpractice. Did heart failure change? Did the beta blockers change? No. I got 25 years of data that I've learned from, looking back and saying, you know what? We shouldn't have done it. We should have been doing it from the beginning. The same thing is applying here. So you've got folks that are quoting stuff from 2008, saying when this first came out, this was the original intent of using this. That's very noble, very great. It was never a prescription thing, but the World Health Organization, AAP, lots of international health organizations are saying this is not really used for cessation. It hasn't really worked for that purpose, and they're acknowledging it's a problem. And so kids are finding a different way to get an addictive compound in their system at a younger age. I call it harm initiation that we've added, and the perception is it's not harmful, it's no big deal. And we know now we've got a lot of studies that are looking back at this saying, you know what, it's causing the same level of harm for a lot of these folks. And we're going to be learning that as we go.
Yes.
Mr. Gillis, I just had a quick question. By the way, thanks to all of you for being here today. Really appreciate it. When you're looking at your smoking cessation initiatives, do you feel that adults want cotton candy flavored vapes?
Here we go. I think I'm the only one on the panel that actually owns stores and has customers that come in, so I can speak really, intelligently on this as far as the retailer, consumer, hands-on interaction. So these vapes that, let me just back up a second, that you said that, the vapor products that, there's a pen over here, and there are some bad actors in the market, and of course, I do not sell any of those products in my stores. The sensation, if you get an average customer in my store, they're about 37 to 40 years old if you average age them out, because there's 21 over to get in. I would say that 98% of the flavors that I sell are strawberry, blueberry, watermelon. If you look at a tobacco flavor or a menthol flavor, that's probably 1.5%, 2% of the sales that we sell. So I hope that answers that question.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment on that. I mean, we have an NIH study from 2019 that shows us that we had an 8.1% reduction in adult usage of vape products when we took the flavors out. So that doesn't really comport with that, with your personal experience. But it's disconcerting, and certainly eliminating flavors seems to me like one thing that we can look at to hopefully make it less attractive to children.
Senator Campbell, I just want to real quick address a couple things, and one is, if we treat vape products tax-wise in Tennessee like we treat tobacco products, which those products contain nicotine, they should be taxed equitably. But under the tobacco laws, a lot of that money went for cessation issues, for education in schools and to adults and those kind of things. And I think our group feels like if we do that and if we regulate it that way, that there will be some money that can go to schools or other programs for education. Of course, that would be up to the General Assembly to make that determination. But we feel like that's a good way to go. And it also, that the FDA registry will also keep a lot of those problematic products off the market and out of Tennessee, and give the Department of Revenue the ability to restrict those kind of products and to probably confiscate them if that's what the General Assembly decides to do. So we think there are some solutions to some of these problems. We also really strongly feel like universal carding would help as well. And Sally is a retailer, so I'm going to let her say.
I think Ms. Adair was waiting for the floor, and then we'll get to Sally. And Mr. Clifton is waiting to ask a question, so if you keep that in mind, panelists.
I just wanted to talk a little bit about the idea of a registry as well as the money going for programming. I know that he'd probably love to talk about this, but it's been $2 million a year goes to the Department of Health to handle these problems. And I wanted to point out, if you look at some of the facts about Tennessee, only 20 out of 95 counties are funded to provide youth vaping cessation. That's 21%. So while we say we're spending money going there, I would like to see that and really see the numbers, because when we worked on the Jewel funding, we learned a lot about where even the master settlement funding's going. So one of our model policies, as she mentioned, was a registry, not necessarily a registry of flavors, because certain flavors are already regulated by the FDA, and that kind of creates a duplication of where we're spending our time and money. We prefer what's called a tobacco retail licensure, which does license all retail providers and we look at it as it needs an enforcement mechanism. So when there is a problem, such as what Dr. Alvarado said, that we can hold them responsible somehow. And also that helps with the youth problem, right? The youth will also realize that certain stores, they can't go to certain stores anymore right now. Another fact I just wanted to share that, and these are again from data we've collected over the last couple of years, there's 33% of schools, K through 12 in Tennessee, that are within walking distance, 1,500 feet of a tobacco or vapor retailer. So when we say access, it's not just hiding the units, they are getting access. And I just, I do think that we can have steps in place. Fees with, retail licensure could help with some of this as long as it's directed to the right cause. And that is up to the General Assembly to decide. But I think it's key that, if we want to address a problem, that we direct the funding there.
Ms. Darnell, then Mr. Gillis, and Mr. Clifton is patiently waiting.
All right, I'll be brief. I operate stores in both Tennessee and Alabama, and I have 39 stores, as stated before. But one thing that we have in Alabama that we don't have in Tennessee today is a list of approved products and approved flavors. So they have done away with any kind of edible flavor. So it's not, they don't have gummy bear and they don't have tutti frutti and those that were mentioned before in Alabama. But one thing that we've noticed that they didn't pair heavily enough in the Alabama legislation was that there's not enough enforcement across all of the competitors. So although convenience stores are nice and regulated and we do have enforcement coming in, those vape shops are not seeing that. So our customers are just going across the street to those things and you can get them. And so we actually have our customers saying, why can I buy it across the street, but you say it's illegal? I'm not sure. So I think that's the important piece is absolutely, if we decide that taking the flavors out is what we need to do, okay. But we need to make sure that it's fair competition across the whole board. Thank you.
Okay, I strongly disagree with taking flavors away as an option for adults. And to talk about the registry bill, there's 34 products approved right now from the FDA, and they're all owned by Big Tobacco. There's not one vapor industry company that has a PMTA that has been approved. So we're looking at 34 products, I believe, that it's approved. So if you put a registry together and says, hey, it has to be approved products, there's only 34 products, you're just going to put everybody out of business tomorrow. That's going to happen immediately. All the vape shops, all the tobacco vape shops, convenience store, all the vapor products will be pulled except for Big Tobacco's products. So when we look at a registry bill and we say, okay, we're going to say whatever's in the pre-market application process can be sold until it gets a denial, then you're putting redundancy on the state to try to keep track of what the FDA is currently doing. So I strongly disagree with a registry bill. I agree with Hart on the adoption of some kind of a licensure. I believe it should be a 21 or over establishment, period, to sell vapor products. I think that's where this should start. Point of sale, 21 or over. It does pull these products out of the people that are causing the problems, and that is the people that are not carding. I have scanners in each one of my stores that scan IDs. You have to be 21 to get in. All of our stores are following these policies, and it's knocking this youth access down. We're a small percentage of what's being sold across this state because it could be sold anywhere. That's the problem. The vapor products, the nicotine vapor products, are sold in just about every single corner that you can find. You can get these products. So I strongly disagree with a registry. I agree with Hart on when it comes to some sort of licensure, a 21 or over establishment. We can come to some agreement on that. And flavors are the #1 things that adults like. Yes, are children attracted to adults? Yes. These products were not created for children or for youth, period. These are adult products. There's a 21 and over law already on the books for this reason. Our job is to strengthen the laws that are on the books, make it harder for kids to get these products, and I believe it has to start at the point of sale, and I would love to work with education to work with them. I speak to many of our SRO officers around my district. I've talked to many of my police officers, some judges. They tell me what's going on with the children and what they're finding in schools. We want them out. We want to help fight to get these out. And that's why I'm standing here with all of our shops across the state today. We need to do it responsibly so we don't take these products off and cause a prohibition and a black market where they'll jump over the state border. We got 8 states that connect us. They'll just jump over to another state and buy something. You don't know what they're getting. We'd rather know what the FDA is regulating right now that's in our stores and it's going through a pre-market application process and put them in responsible store owners' hands to card these people with proper scanners. So at that, I will turn it back.
Mr. Clifton, you're recognized.
Most of my questions have been answered now, but I have one quick question for Mr. Gillis. For all the engineers in the room, how do these devices actually work? What's the physics? And is this liquid truly water-based?
Okay, there's 4 ingredients in a vaporized product. There's propylene glycol, vegetable glycerin, nicotine, and the flavoring. There's just 4 ingredients, and some of them don't have any vegetable glycerin in it. All 4 of those products the FDA already has control over and has approved in different ways or another. Water-based, that's scientific. I can't give you that exact. I will send that information to you. Basically, what you're doing is you're taking this product, you're heating it up with a coil, and it causes the vaporize. If you're familiar with an inhaler that people use for asthma or whatever, it's the same vapor kind of technology, but this actually heats up the vapor and you inhale it, and there's different power settings. There's also different types of devices. There's some devices that run for 4 watts, some go up to 60 watts. It just depends on what the consumer and what nicotine level they are at. So it's basically heating up e-liquid to a certain temperature that causes the vapor, and they breathe it in, whether like a traditional cigarette, drag, then inhale, or they hit it straight in. Just depends on the device, depends on the person and their habits and how much they smoke. The nicotine level is, decided on what brand of cigarette they smoke, full flavor, lights. We do nicotine levels. They start at 50 milligrams on the closed systems, and they go all the way down to 0 milligrams on the open systems. So it's a lot to explain in that question, but it's just basically heated aerosol at a certain temperature, certain wattage to meet that need for that specific consumer. It depends on the device that they buy.
Mayor Frank.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of questions. One, I don't truly understand on the sale. So, Daniel, you said you can purchase these in every corner. Does it have to be a physical facility in the state of Tennessee, or can these products be purchased online? I absolutely don't know. So I'm asking from a position of ignorance. And then also, and Commissioner Alvarado, I don't know if you have any information on this, but the tobacco settlement, I'm familiar with the use of those funds over years in order to stop smoking. I don't know how much of that settlement was specific to tobacco and how much was, and I understand we're talking about delivery of nicotine, non-tobacco, but how much of that settlement was related to the nicotine part? And, is this opening up new potential litigation? Is there something that was covered in that settlement where this might be a breach of that? I mean, I don't know. I'm not an attorney and haven't stayed in a Holiday Inn either, but I'm just kind of wondering what the language of all of that settlement process was. I mean, I understand what Daniel is saying, that adults like flavors too. I mean, candy is big business. I get that. But some of this, when you're, putting the delivery mechanism as the shape of a Lego, and I mean, I can see that is targeted towards children. So, thank you.
Thank you. So a couple of things there. As far as how it's manufactured, back to the question earlier, when you conduct that electricity and that heating element, it produces other compounds. That's the problem. It's acrolein, which is kind of it's used as a herbicide, as a weed killer. That comes through there, and you're ingesting that. Formaldehyde comes out of that. Based on how much current you give higher voltage, you get more formaldehyde. Less, you get less. You're still inhaling that into your lungs. Not a good thing. As far as out of the tobacco settlement, we're getting about $2 million a year. We can use it for educational purposes and for prevention purposes. Based on what's estimated for our population, we should be have about $13 million per year to get the word out for PR campaigns and different things for education purposes. So we're getting maybe a sixth of our money. The Juul settlement that came through recently, we had a kind of a deal cut out with the Attorney General's office in terms of being able to use that money for us to be able to use for promotion for the same kind of purposes, almost doubling our funds per year. So we're going to get an extra amount of money. However, that needs to go through the proper budgetary process. So it couldn't come through just on the side. It's going to have to come through the budget for this upcoming year. Hopefully the General Assembly will see it to be able to channel those funds to us to continue, and that'll increase it. But it's still going to be, for the population we have, it should be a lot less. I came from Kentucky originally. Kentucky has 4.5 million people. We have 7 in Tennessee. They get $2 million in Kentucky, which is still less than they need. We're using $2 million for a lot more population, having a harder time reaching them. But so there's an opportunity for that. I'd love to be able to have, be able to get the message out. It's hard when it's kind of a cool thing. And we've had, again, 15 years, people saying, this is not going to harm you. It's just water vapor. It's no big deal. If you ask the average kid, that's what they think. They don't know. They think, hey, it tastes good. It's just water. There's no smell to it. It doesn't cause any harm. We've been doing the same thing when it comes to marijuana. People think it's no harmful. Yes, major harm, major problem for marijuana. But the press has done us a disservice in this country, and a lot of people have promoted things to a disservice to teach our kids that these things are not a big deal. If you ask them, do you want to start smoking cigarettes, they've seen the ads on TV and go, I don't want to go there. I don't want to have all that stuff happen in my face and have a cancer and die. So we've done tremendous work on that front. This has been a side gig which addicted him to the same compounds effectively, and we're starting to see the same harm long-term for these kids now. And we've got people convinced that it's no big deal. How long will it take for us to be able to reverse that message? It's going to take a lot of time, a lot of funding to get that done. But we have about a sixth of the money that we need. And a lot of that money from the settlement fund also went back to our farmers, the agricultural community, to help them offset the loss of subsidies from the federal government. So we get about $2 million. I'd like to have more. I'll make that pitch now. But again, some of that can come from the Juul settlement that recognized that a lot of this work that was done years ago was targeted to children. I mean, a lot of this was to, get kids to, again, flavors and things that they find attractive, and now that they've got them on, they're just hooking their friends, and it's just part of a culture that kids are starting to learn, and we're starting to see that. I mean, I tell you lots of stories. I go from county to county. Stories from our health departments of kids that, the problems that they have. These kids will get one vaping unit, they'll put it in the bathroom, and they'll all go to the bathroom at different times, and I'll use the same vaping unit until it gets confiscated, and the next one will put up their unit, and these kids are industrious. They find ways to get around a lot of these things. But I don't know too many. Again, it takes adults to sell it to these kids. We have 6,500 tobacco retailers in the state of Tennessee. That is more than 20 times the number of McDonald's in the state of Tennessee. Again, a few bad actors can do a lot of damage is part of the problem that we have here. So when you're looking at, again, I just quoted what I saw in Hendersonville, which is where I live. Out of 8 people, that's only 8, it's a small subset, but out of 8, 3 were compliant, 5 were not, and they get a misdemeanor, and that's the extent of it. I don't know what the numbers are. I don't think we have an idea. We've got to do a better job of policing that for sure. But when we have that many retailers in the state that can sell these things, and some of them have it. I mean, some of them have it behind the counter. Some of them have it on shelves, so you can pick it up. And again, a lot of these things are a major concern, a major problem. But we don't have enough funds to be able to reverse a lot of the damage. There's a lot of other people that are promoting these products, and we have a small amount in comparison to what they're doing to do that.
Thank you, and thank you all for being here. It's really enlightening to hear what you had to say. I do not even understand why universal ID checks are not a thing, and why would you call them ESDs, electronic smoking devices, are not treated just as tobacco, because I think the data is there that supports that it is damaging. Also, I find it totally unacceptable that these disguised devices are not allowed. So I was curious, one, if the FDA registry lets you have devices that aren't identifiable as devices, if it allows those. And then the other thing that I was curious about, and I appreciate what you shared about Bledsoe County. That was really fascinating about the alternative to tension and suspension, I think. But I was curious if the Heart Association or the Department of Health or Education had opinions also on how to deal with the users. I mean, we talk about education and deterrence, but ultimately the people that we then have to help are the people who are caught using the devices. So is it punitive, is it incentive? I loved your program, but I don't know. So, any of you?
You're recognized. Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. There were two parts, and I absolutely do not know the first part about the federal regulations. I'll clear that up right now. But as it regards to schools, we've seen that punitive measures do not work. I mean, we're looking at an addiction, a substance abuse addiction. They were targeted, as we learned from the Jewel settlement. And when you're dealing with someone who has an addiction, we all know that programs to help them quit are necessary. So the Bledsoe description is very similar to what we would hope other schools would consider. Right now, schools are looking at suspension, which takes them out of the classroom. They have asked for no driver's license. Well, we've got 11-year-olds. They don't have driver's license. They want to charge the parents $50. Well, the parent may vape and the kids picking, you know what I mean? There's lots of things that are punitive that aren't working. So a tiered approach for all schools to take and to take it seriously, I think would address, you know, the problem of getting them to quit. And there is information about that in your packet. Just to add real quick, based on what was just said, I would like to note that during the discussions last year with Jewel, it was repeatedly mentioned that that money does not last forever. So when we're talking about helping the health department with continuing their work, we really need to think about that long term. Lastly, about how dangerous they are and the chemicals that we were just talking about. Yesterday, I learned in a conference at MTSU that the vape units have to be disposed of like hazardous waste, based on the FDA. So that's a whole nother problem. Are schools collecting them? How are we disposing them? So that's definitely an environmental hazard as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one. Is there anything in the curriculum of our school systems that is trying to make aware at a certain grade level of the issues with vaping and smoking and all of these other things? And if there is, what grade level does that begin at? Does anyone have an answer to that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your question. As I mentioned, we have State Board of Education health education standards that are K through 12, and we have vaping prevention standards in all of those grades. So the local districts are allowed to choose their own curriculum, so they're finding what works for their district. You know, what works for Metro Nashville may not work for Gibson County, but the curriculum that was used with the fourth graders in Gibson County is a curriculum that is evidence-based out of Stanford University that has been very successful, but the curriculum varies. Michigan Model is another curriculum that is K-12 that can be used, and there's always been standards on tobacco prevention, but those companies have had to start including vaping prevention in the curricula. So it really varies from district to district, but our health education standards have those standards for tobacco and drug use that include vaping.
Thank you. We appreciate the questions and the panelists for their testimony and the answers to the questions. And we'll draw the conclusion then on this discussion as we move back to Senate Bill 2487, school-based services and TennCare reimbursement. Is it tab? We changed the tab, didn't we?
It's still tab 6.
It's still tab 6. So thank you, panelists, very much. Who's the guy there? Services and TennCare reimbursement. You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, members. For my presentation today on school-based services and TennCare reimbursement, there are three attachments that we have included behind the memo for you in your docket books. So when a student receiving school-based health services is covered by TennCare, Tennessee's Medicaid program, some of the services provided may be reimbursable through TennCare, and for calendar year 2023, those reimbursements statewide totaled approximately $39.5 million. Having been made aware of an unresolved contractual issue that was preventing one school district from seeking reimbursement, Senator Lundberg, Representative White, and Representative Sherrill sent a letter to Chairman Yeager this spring requesting that the Commission review the problem and assist the parties in reaching a resolution, and we have included that study request for you as Attachment A. We had a panel discussion for this at our May meeting, and following that panel, staff continued interviewing stakeholders, and based on those interviews, we organized and facilitated a stakeholder meeting in August to discuss issues related to seeking reimbursements, as well as potential solutions. Attendees for that meeting included representatives for TennCare, school districts, managed care organizations, the companies that assist districts with billing, the Tennessee Department of Education, and the Tennessee Department of Commerce and Insurance. And for a list of all those who we have contacted for this study, as well as those who attended the August stakeholder meeting, you can take a look at Attachment B. For the rest of my presentation today, I am going to cover two things. First, an update on where things stand with the contract issue that was referenced in the study request. And second, an overview of the additional research that staff has conducted, including some of the recent improvements that have been made to the reimbursement process for school-based services, but also some additional issues that were brought to our attention by stakeholders. So first, regarding that contract issue, we have discussed this in interviews, we discussed this at the May panel, and it was also discussed at the August stakeholder meeting, and at this point, we think we have general agreement on a possible pathway forward involving the development of a contract addendum that could be used with school districts. So specifically, TennCare has agreed that a contract addendum could help resolve the issues that have been raised, and TennCare committed to exploring the creation of an addendum in conjunction with the managed care organizations. TennCare and the MCOs would test the feasibility of that addendum with Knox County schools, and depending on the results of that test, TennCare could then consider whether to make the use of that addendum a requirement for MCOs when they contract with school districts. So just as a brief reminder, the contracts involved here are contracts between school districts and the managed care organizations, and under the TennCare program, the MCOs are functionally similar to insurance companies in the private market, and contracting with an MCO is similar to becoming an in-network provider with an insurer, with a private insurer. So for our project, the important thing here is that school districts must enter into these contracts if they want to be reimbursed directly for providing school-based services. There are other ways that reimbursement for school-based services can work, but if a school district wants direct reimbursement, then it must enter into one of these contracts. Currently, we have 64 districts that contract with at least one of the MCOs, and that's according to the latest data we received from TennCare. But two districts, Knox County Schools and Metro Nashville Public Schools, have been advised by legal staff not to sign the contracts because of concerns with some of the terms and conditions in them. So examples of those concerns include the length of the contracts, but also some issues related to the types of services that school districts might be obligated to provide under the contracts, as well as potential obligations to serve members of the community who are not students. And for both of those last two issues, both of those were flagged for us by the attorney for Knox County Schools as creating potential liability issues for districts. Now, having said that, the liability concerns haven't yet manifested in any problems for schools in Tennessee, but participants at the August stakeholder meeting generally agreed that the issues raised by Knox County Schools and MNPS are potential areas of concern, even if they have not stopped other districts from signing the contracts. I'm going to pause there if there are any initial questions on the contract issue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you be a little bit more specific about the services that MNPS and Knox County Schools are concerned about? What the barriers to adoption are and why that's happening?
Sorry. Yes. So for Knox County Schools, the big one that their attorney focused on with us is that some of the terms, or one of the terms and conditions in the contract, appears that it might obligate school districts to provide a full suite of prenatal services. And so his concern was that school districts are not able to provide that level of care. And so that could create a liability issue for the district. I think the broader concern that we heard from both Knox County Schools and Metro Nashville Public Schools was that the contracts are written as if the school systems are sort of a general medical provider, medical practice. And that was their sort of concern with how it was set up.
I know just figuring this out in Tennessee is an immensely complicated deal, but it would seem that this would be an issue that has arisen in other states as well. Is there anything to learn from how other states are approaching this issue in terms of ways to modify contracts or, work with MCOs to ensure that you basically have some way of tailoring those contracts to fit the need of why this is authorized in the first place?
So the issue is that Tennessee is actually a little bit unique with how it handles school-based services. So we are obviously a managed care state, and many states use a managed care model for Medicaid. But Tennessee is a little bit different because we actually include school-based services under managed care. For many states, they either carve out all of school-based services or part of school-based services from their managed care model for their Medicaid program. So that makes it a little tricky to necessarily compare Tennessee to other states in terms of this particular contract issue. And I think that's part of the reason why the contract addendum was something that we could get stakeholders to agree on.
Senator Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what exactly is in the addendum that changes this? And also, MNPS is still not, has still not, this is just particular to Knox, right? This addendum?
Okay. So I think the goal with the addendum would be to identify changes to the terms and conditions of the existing contracts. So I don't have necessarily what that would look like for you today, unfortunately. In terms of Knox County versus MNPS, I think what TennCare had expressed to us, I think at the May panel, and then also to our staff in interviews, their concern in part is having to create individual addendums for individual school districts. They would like for there to be an addendum that could work for school districts broadly. And so I think the goal is to test an addendum with Knox County Schools to see whether there are any issues, like unforeseen issues that develop, whether it works for the MCOs, whether they can find contract language that works for the school district, and also maintaining compliance with all other federal and state requirements.
Senator, your recognize.
It's kind of crazy that we're actually looking at providing maternal health care at our schools. I mean, that seems a little bit crazy just in terms of, already the issues that school health and, keeping school nurses there is, I realize this isn't a question, but I just want to make that comment because it doesn't seem logical to me. Thanks.
Are there other questions? There being none, we thank you for your presentation. Oh, there's more?
Well, there doesn't have to be more.
I'm sorry. I thought you had concluded.
I can stop there. That's all right.
Well, then that'll be fine.
Well, no. I think the only other things I want to mention, so there have been some recent improvements to the reimbursement process, as well as some additional issues that were raised by school districts and other stakeholders when we talked to them. So I'll just try to maybe speed through some of that. We have, as TennCare and the state have taken steps to facilitate reimbursement for school-based services in recent years. That has included expanding the list of services that are eligible for reimbursement, and in particular, allowing school districts to seek reimbursement for nursing services that are included in students' individualized education programs and their individual health plans. We've also extended the amount of time that districts have to file claims to 365 days from the date a service was performed. And we've provided additional training and guidance. So the TennCare and the MCOs did statewide trainings for districts and school nursing staff when they made changes to the nursing guidelines to assist them with that. I know that trainings have also been provided at the Tennessee Department of Education's Coordinated School Health Annual Conference. And we had districts tell us that they actually learned about the ability to seek reimbursement for these services at those events. The other big recent improvement to bring to your attention, Public Chapter 695, Acts of 2022, that removed one of the barriers that school districts had encountered when attempting to seek reimbursement, and that was by authorizing physical therapists, occupational therapists, speech-language pathologists, and audiologists to issue orders supporting the medical necessity of services that are included in students' IEPs. So previously, a district would have had to go to a physician or another healthcare professional who might not usually attend an IEP meeting to get those orders, and that had created just an extra step for districts. And so Public Chapter 695 removed that extra step. And for those we've interviewed, they are reviewing, or their view of that was that it has been a positive. So we had one stakeholder call that a seminal policy change, and TennCare staff told us that it resulted in an increase in services reimbursed. And so in terms of the increases we have seen, you can see those in attachment C. We've seen, and it's from 2017 through 2023, I think it's around $15.5 million increase in reimbursements for school-based services. The last 3 years, that increase has even been sharper, but that includes a period where we have the recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic when you had a steep initial decline. So I think the takeaway from the data for us is that the trajectory for the state over the last half decade or so has been to see an increase in services. Now, despite that trend, we do have stakeholders did raise several additional areas of concern for us. And so the one big one from our school districts, they reported challenges to us with the administrative workload related to documenting and filing claims. And more than any other issue, certainly more than the contract issue, that is the concern that we heard from our districts. And it boils down to an assessment that for some districts, the expected reimbursements simply are not great enough to warrant the additional work required to seek them. So we had several districts tell us that they would need to hire additional staff to handle the work. And even among the districts that are seeking reimbursement, several of them told us they wouldn't be able to do so without the help of the billing vendors who assist them with filing claims. When it comes to what the burdens look like on the micro level, at the school-based level, the concern that we heard was that the amount of time it takes for frontline health staff to document services for the purpose of filing claims. We were told repeatedly that therapists and nurses are hard to replace, difficult to replace positions, and there are districts that are worried that staff will quit if they add this additional work to their plate. We even had one district say that they factored that cost into their assessment of whether it would be worth it for them to start seeking reimbursement. That concern was also voiced to us by the Tennessee Department of Education, and staff from one of the billing vendors. They said they've heard this from districts as well, that it's a concern about their frontline health staff and what this workload might do to them. All right. I think the last thing, the memo does highlight one concern raised by the billing vendors, and this is related to credentialing. So for a school district to be reimbursed, the individual healthcare providers who are providing the service must be contracted and credentialed with the student's MCO. The billing vendors assist school districts with that credentialing process, which involves submitting documentation for things like education and training, licensure, work history, liability insurance, disciplinary history. And it's essentially used to verify that individual's qualifications to provide care. Not all of the billing companies we talked to reported issues with that process, but 2 of them who work with several dozen districts suggested that improvements could be made, specifically related to the amount of time it takes credentials to get improved and the duplicated effort involved in submitting documents to multiple MCOs. So Public Consulting Group at the August stakeholder meeting proposed resolving those challenges by either eliminating the need for healthcare professionals to be individually credentialed with the MCOs for their work in schools, or developing a pass-through model whereby information needed for credentialing could be submitted directly to TennCare, which would then share that information with each of the MCOs. After the meeting, TennCare followed up with our project team and said that when they looked into those proposed solutions, and this gets back to the senator's question about other states, what they found was that they had been implemented only in states with Medicaid models that are different from Tennessee's. So states where school-based services are not included within managed care, as well as states that have already invested in singular registration and credentialing systems. So as a result of that, TennCare staff suggested that there would need to be significant structural changes that would have to be made for either of those potential solutions to be implemented in Tennessee. And they said there's a potential liability issue for the MCOs and TennCare if the MCOs don't have the ability to verify the qualifications of healthcare professionals providing services in schools. For example, they said that federal law requires the practitioner serving Medicaid patients to be licensed, and it requires states to be able to verify that licensure. So I apologize, keeping you all from getting out of here, but I will stop my presentation there, and if there are any additional questions.
No apologies are needed at all. It was a good presentation. Are there any other questions? There being none, thank you very much. Thank you. And I'll refer to Dr. Lippert, I think, for other business.
I'm sorry, I'm fighting with my docket book, which I've managed to destroy somehow. There's we only have 2 other items of business, Chairman. One is letting the members know that we will be contacting them for our next meeting date. This is always a tricky one to schedule with holidays and vacations and what have you. But so we'll be reaching out to you. We'll also be asking you your preferences on attempting to go forward with one-day meetings or to return to our old 2-day format. I've heard a little bit of both today, so I'm curious to see what we hear from the members. And then the only other thing, Mr. Chairman, is we do have a presentation for Senator Lundberg.
Oh.
And for the other members, and for the audience, we're presenting Senator Lundberg with a Senate proclamation, congratulating him and thanking him for his service to the commission. Copies of the text of the proclamation are included in your docket books behind tab 2.
They can be signed in the lobby for only $5.
Take this, John, with our best wishes, our esteem for you personally, and an outstanding record of public service.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, to everyone here, thank you for being the professionals you all are. Cliff, to you, and frankly, more to your staff than anyone. Thank you for what you do. I wish we could have this kind of discussion, this kind of information on every piece of legislation that we deal with, because it is absolutely so critical that we get to see every side. And with everyone here, we get to see how it affects this county and that county and this area and that district. This is one of the most critical and frankly fun committees that I sit on and that we're involved with. And it's frankly to the professionalism of your staff, you, and the people who are here. Thank you for the opportunity to serve with you all.
I think April's trying to get another picture.
Chairman, y'all look at me here so I can get official.
Oh.
Come on up.
All right, everybody look here. 1, 2, 3, 4. One more. Take my shoes off.
Well, thank you.
Wait, she one more.
Oh, hey. Thank you.